Good evening. I'm Trinace Riggs, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. on this 10th day of October 2023. Thank you to those who have joined us in person and online. Madam Clerk, will you please announce those school board members in attendance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the School Administration Building, School Board Room, we have Chair Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Callen, Mr. Culpepper, Ms. Frank, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Manning, Ms. Martin, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Owens. And just for the record, all school board members are present in the meeting.
Thank you. Please join me in observing a moment of silence. Please join me as you are able, stand if you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Student, employee, and public awards and recognitions. There are no student or employee or of public recognitions or awards tonight. So we're moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any other modifications to the agenda as presented? That comes after. Okay. Yeah, the minutes, that we have several minutes, too, one for the 25th and one for the 26th.
The minutes for the special meeting on September 25th are posted. The minutes for September 26th have a request to have them presented at the October 24th meeting. Due to time constraints, we had the move and other things, the superintendent search. So I didn't want to not have the minutes completed
So
or
it's
post them late.
right. It's on the agenda, so we are amending that to move to the next meeting. Okay, the October 24th.
The October 24th.
Right. Okay. Any other amendments or adjustments to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I make the following motion to move the September 26th meeting minutes to the next. We already did that. So I need a motion to accept the adoption of the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Okay. Seconded by Mrs. Manning. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, superintendent's report. That's usually done at the second monthly meeting, but recognitions are done now. There is no superintendent's report, as I just said, but Dr. Robertson, we look forward to your recognitions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am thrilled beyond words to announce that we have hired and the board has approved Tina Mazzacane to be our new coordinator in secondary mathematics in the Department of Teaching and Learning. Tina comes to us as the former coordinator for K-12 state mathematics from the Virginia Department of Education. Prior to going to the Virginia Department of Education, she worked as a math and science specialist or coordinator of mathematics, a position she's returning to in Virginia Beach. We are beyond thrilled again that Tina's agreed to come home. So Tina, I know you have some guests.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to be home. And I have with me tonight Luca Bianco, my son Tony Mazzacane, my other son Michael, and his wife Amanda Mazzacane. And they will be making me a grandmother very soon. So thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. So, we're now on the approval of the meeting minutes for the September 25th, 2023 special school board meeting. Are there any modifications to the September 25th, 2023 special school board meeting minutes as presented? Hearing none, I call for a motion to approve the September 25th, 2023 minutes as presented. Mrs. Anderson has moved it, and do I have a second? Ms. Franklin has seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote to approve the September 25th, 2023 minutes as presented. All in favor, please raise your hands.
We have 8 ayes,
Thank you. The public comments,
and we need to do the nays.
oh, I'm sorry. There are some abstains and noes. Do we have any abstains? Okay. 3.
And we have 3 abstentions.
Okay. So that's our 11. We
So
don't
the
need
motion
any.
passed, 8 no nays and 3 abstentions.
Right. Thank you. All right, public comments are until 8 p.m. It's a record, you guys. The school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K through 12, public education of Virginia Beach, and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comment section of the school board agenda is for the school board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the school board meeting. Members of the public have the opportunity to provide comments during the meeting by signing up to speak from the podium. Other methods of public comment are not offered during the school board meeting. As a reminder to persons in attendance at tonight's meeting, school board meeting decorum guidelines prohibit disruption of the meeting through disruptive clapping, calling out by audience members, holding signs that interfere with audience members' ability to view the meeting, or otherwise taking action to communicate with the school board or disrupt the meeting. I'd like to remind everyone attending tonight's meeting, this includes those that are on the stage, to please remember, and in the audience and online, to please speak with respect and kindness. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you announce our speakers?
Thank you. Before I announce the speakers, I'd like to make the announcement that we will be calling speakers 3 at a time, and we would like them to set up in the hallway so to keep the flow of the speakers going. So our first speakers will be AJ Quadatero, Bethany Wilmoth, and Shaylee Harlatcher.
Good evening. My name is AJ Corderero. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a junior at Kellam High School. As some of you may know, on September 29th, schools across the district participated in walkouts to protest against the very policies we have come here fighting against, for over a year. The Monday after the walkouts, there was a spike in harassment against kids in the Kellam Fine Arts Hallway, a well-known safe space for LGBTQ+ students. Queer students were driven out of the hallway by derogatory slurs, snide laughter, and the phone cameras of a group of boys. That's what happens when transgender and non-binary youth stand up for themselves. Imagine what will happen once these policies are implemented and they are no longer able to. 2 to 3 teachers now sit in front of the Fine Arts Hallway to make sure that the students that reside there are safe. I held the hands of an underclassman who was sobbing because they were called a word that no human being, let alone a 15-year-old, should ever be called. A different underclassman came up to me, also in tears, saying, "I don't understand. We're just people. We're just minding our own business. These kids are already in so much pain, and you are just twisting the knife. They are terrified, and you have instituted that fear." Imagine the heartache I felt as I promised these kids safety when I told them that everything would be okay and that there was a place for them in the world, even though their school board doesn't think so. We come here every other week to stand up for the many transgender and non-binary youth who live in fear. They do not have a loving, accepting home to arrive at after the dismissal bell rings. They do not have people to tell them that they are respected and loved and valued as they are. We do not keep coming to these meetings so we can listen to adults tell children they don't matter, so they can suggest that we are somehow wrong or defective or distortions of God's image. I will not have anyone tell these beautifully trans and non-binary kids that they are not perfect and valued as they are. I will not have anyone say that the upperclassman who has never failed to be there for me or make me feel like I belong is not loved. I will not have anyone say that the funny field hockey player who finds me in the morning to show me rocks and seashells is not loved. I will not have anyone say that the girl who gives me a high five whenever she sees me in the halls, or the boy in my theater class whose hair I wish I could pull off, or the person in my art class who showed me their sketches every day, that they are not loved, that they don't matter. But that is exactly the idea you are pushing. We are not problems to be fixed. We are not feral animals to be muzzled. We are people. We have been here since the beginning of time, and we are here to stay. We are here to make our voices heard, whether you want us to or not. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bethany Wilmoth, Shaylee Harlatcher, and then Cheyenne Odom.
Good evening, my name is Bethany Wilmoth, and I'm a queer sophomore attending Salem High School. A common theme I hear amongst speakers or board members in support of Youngkin's model policies is that the entire idea of being transgender or queer in any sense at our age is simply a trend that will fade away. I've tried to remain somewhat understanding, as this acceptance and pride we see nowadays is unfamiliar to many of you. And many of you have never experienced what it is like to discover you are queer. The self-doubt and guilt that ensues for many, the fear of everybody finding out. To compare those experiences to some phase is extremely harmful to many of us. A phase is those couple of months when you were listening to Korn way too much, or that time you just got super into a musical for whatever reason. It's not years of self-hatred and pure fear regarding what people would say. It's not taking a large chunk of your developmental years to properly cope with and accept that many of your family members wouldn't be caught dead at your funeral. I grew up in an openly accepting household. I knew that my parents would not discriminate against me based off of who I loved or what I identified as. But there was a long period of self-discovery I need to go through. I'm not transgender, although I did question it for a bit, and I am part of the LGBTQ+ community. It was a discovery that I made at a very young age, and one that made me feel guilty. I did not want to come out to my family, as there was a lot I needed to discover about myself. Every time somebody I trusted spoke too loudly about my identity, I panicked. I feared that somebody around me would find a way to contact my parents and out me. Even though I knew that they would keep me safe, I knew that I was not ready. It's different talking to somebody you've known for a couple of months about your identity than talking to somebody who's been there with every step you've taken. I cannot imagine what that would be like for somebody who lives in a household that is not accepting. If you want to live in this fantasy world and fully believe that every single parent in this city will accept their child and be willing to hear them out and help them through this without allowing them to make any rash decisions, go right ahead. But don't talk over the people who actually have some kind of idea of the damage that these policies will do. How many more times do we have to come up here and repeat statistics over and over again until it sticks? 28% of LGBT youth have reported homelessness or housing instability. 58% of people who formerly experienced that, and 62% who are currently experiencing that reported seriously considering suicide. 14% of LGBT youth have reported sleeping away from home due to being kicked out or abandoned. 40% of those who reported this also reported being kicked out due to their identities. This was a survey done by the Trevor Project in 2021, taken by nearly 35,000 LGBT youth from the ages 13 to 24. You cannot simply ignore these people. You cannot justify these policies or say that this is for the benefit of queer kids, or any child for that matter, when we have shown time and time again that it is not. If you really care about those you swear to protect, reject these policies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shaylee Harlatcher, Cheyenne Odom, and then Elijah Stoltz.
Hello, members of the school board. My name is Shaylee Harlacher, and I'm 15 and a sophomore at Kellam High School. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Today I stand before you with a heart weighed down by concern. It's time we confront the reality. Our trans students are vulnerable. The evidence is clear, undeniable, and supported by the research of from the University of Nottingham, stating that self-harm and poison, regardless of intent, are highly prevalent among transgender and gender-diverse populations. It is tragically associated with adverse health outcomes, including suicide. If the stories of our trans students have not yet touched your hearts, perhaps undeniable proof from the respected researchers will make you understand the gravity of this situation. The same researchers have shown that social and family support, connectedness, and school-related factors are a crucial protective element for students. Trans students need to feel supported at school, support you can continue to give. It is not your responsibility to oversee educational policies, but to protect our children to ensure they feel free, safe, and supported in their learning environments. These policies do the opposite. They strip away the opportunity for our children to feel secure within themselves and comfortable around their families. Transgender students and their peers have, for too long, felt like our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. We are tired of begging for even the smallest ounce of empathy, let alone acceptance, in a world that often treats us with pure hatred and bigotry. Your job here is to protect our children, not to perpetuate a false narrative of parents' rights. You must remember that parents' rights should never come at the cost of a child's safety. These policies put the safety of many trans students at risk. Perhaps one of the most troubling things is that students are unable to use a name other than their parent-approved name, leaving them with the difficult choice of retracting their name request to use a preferred name or engaging with a potentially harmful conversation with a parent. I'll leave you with a vital question. What's worse, an empty lawsuit directed at the school board, or the blood and tears that trans students, your students, will shed if these policies are adopted? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheyenne Odom, Elijah Stoltz, and then Bradley Fish.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Odom. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a cisgender senior at Kellam High School. The people sitting before me say they put students first, are open to change, and value differences. However, the people I am looking at only value those differences when it comes to cisgender children. You are not in the schools the way we are. I have watched my friends get harassed, told to kill themselves, mocked, and called derogatory slurs to their faces. The people sitting in front of me are the same people that say murderers belong in jail, and as I see it, all of you should be serving life sentences. You are killing children just because they are different. Let me tell you about some of the findings when you look up the statistics. 41% of LGBTQ young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, and young people who are transgender or non-binary have reported higher rates than their peers. I have had multiple friends say that they felt like killing themselves was the only option, and no child should ever have to feel that their life is not valued. Nearly 1 in 3 LGBTQ young people said that their mental health was poor most of the time due to anti-LGBTQ policies and legislation or mistreatment at home. Nearly 2 in 3 LGBTQ young people said that hearing about potential state or local laws banning people from discussing LGBTQ people at school had negatively impacted the LGBTQ and worsened their mental health. How many times am I going to have to listen to my friends say that they don't feel like they belong? How many kids are you going to be at fault for killing? Look into the audience, look at the people sitting and speaking before you. Go ahead and tell them they don't matter out loud, because that is what you will imply if you pass these policies. It is obvious that you do not care about me or my friends. You care about yourselves and your position on the board. You lack empathy for the students you claim to care so much about. The transgender and non-binary students of VBCPS have been weighed down by your apathy and bigotry for too long, but they have not been broken. They are not done fighting. We are and never will be done fighting for what is right. So do the right thing, do your job, protect your students, reject these policies. We have to ask ourselves if we are safe every day. Will we ever be truly safe in the world around us? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elijah Stoltz, then Bradley Fish, then Red O'Brien.
Hello everyone, my name is Elijah Stoltz, and I'm a junior at Kellam High School. I must say that you never cease to amaze me. I truly mean that. I am genuinely astonished at your complete lack of care for the consequences of your actions. Do you realize that you are quite literally playing with people's lives? I'm sure you're aware of the potential danger that you're putting students in by executing these rules. As some of my peers have already mentioned, almost half of transgender youth experience some form of domestic abuse, not to mention the 1.8 million trans kids who consider suicide each year. For perspective, that's more than the entire population of West Virginia. Last time I was here, I discussed the role of schools, but it obviously fell on deaf ears, so allow me to reiterate. It is not the school's responsibility to inform parents that their child may be transgender, which is essentially what will happen if a student does not withdraw their request to go by a name that makes them feel comfortable. It also seems unwise to add extra, unnecessary work onto teachers and counselors when we are already having a massive teacher shortage, with the number one complaint among teachers who have left being that they feel overworked. At the end of the day, these rules will affect the students. I don't see a single Virginia Beach student here in favor of these policies. In fact, the only people I've seen in favor of these policies are people who have long finished school or are entirely unrelated to our district and who primarily use Christianity as their defense. I've personally read the Bible in its entirety, and I don't remember a single time it mentioned trans kids or going by a different name. That's besides the point, because public schools have been forced to remain religiously neutral all the way back since the 1960s. If a parent really wanted religious values instilled in their children, they would have paid to send them to a religious private school. Right now, you're trying to pass a policy that has a massive level of backlash, is overwhelmingly broad and not well backed, and could place children in potential harm. Truly, you never cease to amaze me. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Bradley Fish, Red O'Brien, and then O'Brien Davis.
Good evening. Fancy words can do a lot. Easy to remember phrases are simple, convenient, and don't require much thinking, and they are dangerous, let's not forget. A phrase I can think of is states' rights. And of course, the response that acts as a synopsis of the entire debate is, a state's right to do what? Slavery is the answer to that, by the way, in case you've forgotten U.S. history. Now, let's take this concept and bring it to a new phrase making the rounds, parents' rights, and dive into the debate of what that actually means and what your position on this board can do about it. A parent, a guardian, these are the people who raise children. In the broadest sense, that is what every caretaker boils down to. Of course, the quality of raising said child is something that varies extraordinarily. Parents' rights is the idea that a parent should have the complete say over their children. In the end, that means control. I argue that there is no such thing as a parent's right, but there is such a thing as a parent's duty. A duty to protect, provide, and care for their child or children. A duty to understand that they aren't always going to remain a toddler who needs constant watching. Good parents, such as my own, know to loosen the leash as they watch their child grow. It is a difficult thing to do, but what duty was ever easy to fulfill? We certainly take notice of the duty the members of this board have and how difficult they appear to be. Nobody by virtue of having a child has the right to control everything that child does. Parents' rights are an excuse for somebody in a more powerful position to cite dogma that excuses any of their bad behavior. Why does a parent have the right to say that their child must be the way they have always been? A boy, a girl, he, him, or she, her, that is the only option and it is not a choice. And why should this information be available to the parent in parent view? Children do not stay children forever. We fill the shoes you occupy, and if the hope for the future relies on the children of today being ready to take the reins, then you need to let us be ourselves, to find our way through finding our identities, by providing the safety in schools we demand. Then the future generations will be stronger, more accepting, and less prone to the dogma that is parents' rights. By cutting off the ability for parents to look at their child's preferred name or pronouns in parent view, you can easily ensure that confidentiality between parent and child is maintained. By rejecting the model policies, you can prevent a great deal of harm being placed on one of the most prone communities to hatred. If you have a problem with this measure, then I ask why your child has not decided to tell you themselves yet. If you love them well, they would be comfortable eventually. Rejecting the policies is a small decision to make that will help the lives of so many. It is a rare opportunity to do something easy that helps people, because usually helping people is much more difficult than hurting them. What will it be then? Will you decide to help or hurt? That is what this all boils down to.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Red O'Brien, Orion Davis, and Fabrizio Solis.
On December 31st, 1993, Joan Lauder and Tom Neeson murdered Brandon Tina, a transgender young adult. Brandon was a friend of Philip Devine, a roommate to Lisa Lambert, a boyfriend to Lana Tisdale, and overall a well-liked member of his community. But Lauder and Neeson didn't see that. To them, Brandon was nothing but an enemy. Brandon Tina, along with his friends Philip and Lisa, were violently killed in an act of discrimination. Tina was only 21 years old. This is not the only horror that's been committed against trans people, but despite the hatred the world gives, queer and transgender people still advocate for themselves. We've been speaking out and supporting ourselves for decades. Louise Lawrence built a community of support for trans people in the 1950s. Dusty Springfield came out as bisexual in 1970. That same year, Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson created a homeless shelter for queer and trans youth. And in all honesty, I don't know how they did it. How could anyone be so brave in the face of such hostility? I wish I could be like them. Last week, while participating in a walkout at my high school, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I had been restless the night before, waking up every hour with an unexplainable dread in my chest. I saw people glancing at me in the hallways and prayed I wouldn't need to protect myself. The transgender activists of the past paved the way for me to be who I am today, but I still cannot shake the deep fear that comes from years of seeing people like me being harmed for who we are. Recently, I've realized that my fear is not just people who disagree with me. It's not just people who want to be reelected or people who pretend I don't exist. It's people who want to hurt me. People who can look at me, a teenager, and wish death on me. The scariest part is, I know that if something were to happen to me, there would be people who joke about it. People so mindless that they don't care. They don't even pretend to care about the death of a child. Now, you may not see why this concerns you, but this is your problem. You were chosen to be a part of this board to help foster a safe community for all people, especially your students. Will the passing of these model policies do that? The simple answer is no. Your job as a leader of this community, above all, is to protect us. Instead, you side with politicians and policies that divide us, all of us. When trans kids are assaulted and targeted in schools, the one place they should be guaranteed safety, you will not be able to look away. These policies allow for hatred and turmoil to expand without bound. We already know that our fears are not hypothetical. We see their realities every day.
30 seconds.
Soon, even if you fail to listen to your community, I feared even you won't be able to ignore our reality. Soon, you'll know that we just want to live. All I ask, if you have no intention of helping transgender youth, is you leave us alone, please. Thank you for listening.
Just a reminder, we'd like our speakers, I'm going to call them 3 at a time, to please line up in the hallway. Our next set of speakers will be Orion Davis, Fabrizio Solis, and Hannah Tezak.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Orion Davis, my pronouns are he, him, and I am a senior at Salem High School. I am sick of people speaking for me, telling me how I feel, how I should feel, and what I should be called. I love myself. I love my parents and my sister. I love my family. I love that I am lucky enough to have a family that loves me too and doesn't care if I go by a different name and pronouns than I used to. What we should be doing right now is homework, or talking to our friends, or after-school clubs, or catching up on sleep. But we are here, time and time again, begging for basic rights that you are so unwilling to let us keep. Kids will die in the name of protecting parents' rights. Children are not accessories and are going to feel the way they feel regardless of whether you want them to or not. We are going to feel how we feel and identify how we identify regardless of whether you tell us we can or not. We are more than just the children of our parents. Restricting a student's ability to use their preferred name or pronouns doesn't stop them from being trans or non-binary. It stops them from being and feeling safe. It stops them from feeling respected and cared for. I can attest to the fact that once you are offered support and love, you flourish. I've never felt safer or happier or loved myself more than when I was allowed to express myself the way I know is right for me. We are begging you to treat us like human beings and to listen to those who are most affected. Using the name and pronouns someone asks you to is just basic decency, not a radical act. It is dehumanizing, discriminatory, and in this case, dangerous to take that away. Using students' preferred names and pronouns does not in any way involve any permanent changes or any medical intervention. It is not dangerous for a child to go by a different name or use different pronouns, but these policies will make it dangerous. We have told you at every single meeting for over a year that enacting Youngkin's model and make them susceptible to verbal abuse, physical abuse, and put them at a much higher risk for self-harm and suicide. Voting for Youngkin's model policies is inherently violent. You say our arguments are invalid because not all parents are abusive, because not all trans kids are suicidal. But if you pass these policies, when kids are abused and when kids do die, it will be because of you. Thank you.
Let me give information for the public that are speaking. Once in a while, the mic will go off, and you'll see it's still lit up, but it goes off. If you'll just hit it again, and it will reboot itself. So we're having a little bit of problem with that, but I wanted to let you know because it goes off. So if you hear that happen to you while you're speaking, please hit it again, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
So our next speakers are Fabrizio Solis, Hannah Tazak, and then Carolyn Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Fabrizio Solis. I am a cisgender student at Kellam High School. I have come here to speak today in support of rejecting the 2023 model policies which blatantly marginalize and disrespect trans students. These policies inherently disrespect trans students because that is what they were designed to do. They were written by people who don't respect trans students to marginalize them. Despite what supporters of the policies may say, they turn the school into a co-parent. The policies mandate that if a student asks to use different means of address than those on an official record, they are to be reported to a counselor and then parents, made to discuss their gender with the counselor, and then it is up to the parent to decide if the student is allowed to use the preferred means of address. This discussion could happen with just the student and the parent. The school's inclusion is unnecessary and intrusive into a student's home life. If a student decides that they do not want to be honest with the parent, if they do have this discussion with them, they are valid in choosing not to be honest. It does not matter how the parents or school feel about the student's means of address. The only opinion that matters when it comes to how a student is referred to and recognized is the student's, and the policies fail to respect that. If the school board accepts these policies, they not only fail to respect trans students, they send the message that trans students are not to be respected. If a teacher dead names a student, which is what these policies mandate teachers do, trans students will feel unsafe and uncomfortable in classrooms. Trans students already face so much disrespect daily, and that would only be intensified if disrespect from their teachers is mandated by the school. It is even more unacceptable for it to be demonstrated by teachers to a student body that trans students are not to be accepted. My friends take the same classes and live in the same city, but they are called its, and they are called gross, and they perceive to be annoying or stuck up. It isn't anyone's responsibility to understand another person, but it's essential that everyone is respected and that everyone feels safe. This school board has the power to ensure that. I know I've repeated this so many times, but it is so important that you keep this in mind. Trans students deserve respect. Respect Virginia Beach students should be the words echoing in all of your heads when you vote tonight. It's not that VB students want your respect, VB students need your respect, especially trans students, and to deny them that is like leaving them out to dry. You need to respect trans students, not respect them only when a parent says it's okay to do so. If you were talking to a person, you would ask them what their name is, not their parents. Have a good evening and do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Hannah Tazak, Carolyn Nelson, and Cole Van Scoy.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Tazak. I am a cisgender female. I am a senior in the IB program at Princess Anne High School and a taxpayer, since apparently this is such an important title to have to be able to stand here today, according to some individuals here. I should be at home working on my early decision college application, but yet I am here, again, arguing over the same topic that should have an extremely clear answer, but for some reason that is not apparent to you all. There are a few items I would like to make clear to you before you make a decision that will change the course of students, not adults, lives over the upcoming years. One, I believe it is very obvious that we are not arguing for sex-affirming care, so I do not believe that any words said on this topic should be taken into consideration. We are fighting for basic human decency within our schools, the place that we have to go to at least 5 days of the week. We want to feel safe, validated, and cared for, not discriminated against or bullied for something that makes up our identity. Second, I would like to draw your attention to the recent walkouts that occurred across the schools in Virginia Beach. I personally organized the walkout at Princess Anne High School, along with my fellow speaker, Bradley Fish. Even though we were faced with scrutiny from students and mostly staff, we continued to persevere and walk out on Friday, September 29th at 1:30. Myself, Bradley, 4 other individuals who volunteered as organizers, and more than 100 students took a stand to show to you that we will not allow these discriminatory policies to pass. We had people scream, chant, and cry about how these policies will negatively affect us, and we had to keep hope that you will listen to us. You should feel honored that so many students actually care enough to grace you with their presence every single meeting. We all just want peace, which is what BBCPS swears to protect. Today is the day where you need to decide if you even care about students. Today you will tell us if you actually think about students or only will support your re-election to maintain power. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Caroline Nelson, Cole Van Scoy, and then Jacob Young.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Nelson, and I am a senior at Kellam High School. I have been watching my friends fight against these model policies for over a year. 2 weeks ago, while watching the school board meeting online, I did a little bit of research. And when I say that, I did one quick Google search, Virginia Beach School Board. I clicked on a link to get to your official website. And let me quote to you the first thing that I saw. Put students first. Seek growth. Be open to change. Do great work together. Value differences. These words were written on the home page in large letters. These are your values. So let's take a look at how these model policies follow these values. First, value differences. I think you all know that these policies discourage differences. This will create an environment where students aren't allowed to express themselves through their preferred name or pronouns. It will encourage discrimination from students and require discrimination from teachers. How is that valuing differences? Next, it says put students first. These are the very first words that a person sees when they go onto the VBCPS website. But students don't want these policies to be passed. You have heard from countless students over the past year about why this policy will harm them and their friends. You have seen students rally and show up week after week to fight this. Just look around you today. You will see speech after speech proving that students don't want this. Every single student speaking today is speaking against these policies. I saw this firsthand on September 29th, when a walkout took place at my school to protest for trans rights. Around 200 people stood outside of my school to show that they do not want these policies. 200 people. This isn't a matter of opinion. You all know what the school board stands for, the values that you are supposed to be upholding.
30 seconds.
You know that these model policies don't align with those values. All we ask is that you do what you promised you would do when you were elected. Put students first, seek growth, be open to change, do great work together, and value differences. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cole Van Scoy, Jacob Young, and then Mick DeWitt.
Good evening. My name is Cole Van Scoyk, and I'm a student at Princess Anne High School. I wish that I could say it's an honor to speak before this board, but under these circumstances, it most certainly is not. Many people have asked me why I would protest against policies that don't directly affect me. When asked this question, I can't help but be reminded of the famous quote from the German pastor Martin Niemöller, who said that, "First they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And when they came for me, there was no one left to speak for me." It's incredibly disheartening to me that the words of a pastor who lived during the Second World War reign true today, but nonetheless, here we are. Now that the ideals of communism have been relatively destroyed in the consciousness of the American people, fascist-adjacent Americans must instead prey upon the underrepresented and historically oppressed LGBTQ communities to allow their ideas to survive. These policies may not affect me, but they do affect my peers, my friends, the people I sit with in class, and that I eat lunch with. These policies affect people that I care about. And so I will continue to speak out against them in hopes that you will see that students of all identities are against these policies, not just transgender ones. Finally, I'd like to end my speech by reminding the members of this board that they all exist in relation to history. When the events of our current days are taught in history classes, which side of these debates will be shown as defenders of liberty? Which side will be revealed as aggressors? How would you like to be remembered? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jacob Young, Mick DeWitt, and then Jay Cook.
Good evening, members of the community and the school board. This is a testimony from a 2023 graduate who is currently attending college. As someone who is planning to return to Virginia Beach Public Schools, I am shocked at the decisions being considered on these grounds. Teachers and counselors have a difficult job with students as it is, and many play a role in the lives of certain students that go beyond the bounds of what a teacher or counselor is. A place of comfort and familiarity is expected of a teacher's classroom. Similarly, in the counselor's office, counselors support students' mental health, guide them through everyday school life, plan the students' academic schedule, meet with all of the students they have, and have other work outside of that to complete. These spaces that involve students the most have one thing in common: trust. School, in all aspects, is difficult. Students should be able to confide in teachers and counselors, especially if they do not feel comfortable talking to their parents. A classroom without trust is simply a room. As a result of these policies, teachers and counselors are forced to break a student's trust and contact the parents when the student wishes to go by a different name or pronoun. If the student has not yet informed their parents, there is often a reason as to why they haven't done this. The topic is difficult, uncomfortable, but most of all, should be private until a student decides they are ready to have that discussion. Most often when students don't talk to their parents about their gender identity or questions, it is because they do not feel safe to do so. Schools pride themselves on being a safe place for all students. However, do you consider a school where you are afraid to be yourself and act as yourself in fear that your parents may be contacted about your personal life safe? No, you wouldn't, because that is not what safety is. Safety is defined as the condition of being protected from or unlikely to cause danger, risk, or injury. Students cannot learn where they do not feel safe. They either don't attend school at all or are extremely distracted and cannot learn properly as a result. Johanna Lecoe published a research article called "Too Scared to Learn: The Academic Consequences of Feeling Unsafe in the Classroom," in which she discusses classroom safety and its effects. I will leave you with a quote from her article.
30 seconds.
Feeling unsafe in the classroom has a consistent negative association with math scores. In the most controlled, students affects the model. Put differently, students who report feeling the safest in the classrooms and who report never staying home because they feel unsafe at school perform better on average on standardized math exams. This policy enacted by the school board erases the trust and safety in classrooms. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mick DeWitt, Jay Cook, and then Amonte Prince.
Hello, my name is Mick. I'm currently a junior at Kellam High School. When kids go to school, they go to receive education, meet friends and students who are alike, and to immerse in a diverse and healthy community. But I know for a fact students do not go to school to be told who they are and who they need to be, or to be put in an environment where they do not feel comfortable. It is a school board's job to make sure that schools are safe and healthy learning environment, but I can confidently say that these policies will destroy any sense of safety in our schools. LGBT students that say their teachers care about them are 37% less likely to commit suicide and 43% less likely to be depressed. These statistics show that when an LGBT student feels cared for, they're safer and happier. However, what you are deciding to do is strip away that feeling. How is that considered safe? How is that healthy? You can attempt to claim that these policies are based on logistics or changing your name or identity as a minor, but it has become abundantly clear through your talking points and through what you openly support, that there is much more to your argument. The goal here is to strip transgender students, or people, of their rights, just as you did with the rest of the queer community throughout the late 20th century. And with those events, history has proved them wrong. History will prove you wrong. And what you vote tonight will determine whether or not you choose to be on the right or wrong side of history. We can look at it economically, too. Naturally, if someone doesn't like where they live, they move, yes? So, if an LGBT kid doesn't like where they live, they will leave as soon as they possibly can. If your population goes down, your income goes down. Less tax dollars and less people filling your pockets. Being trans isn't something you grow out of or something you can be raised out of. Transgender students will one day become transgender adults. They are the ones who will be voting. The future is us, the future is now. Your vote here tonight will define your political career from here on out. I can tell you myself, as a junior at Kellam High School and a trans kid myself, how to make the students feel cared for, how to make the students feel safe. And that, my friend, is not through these policies that threaten their safety and well-being. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Cook, then Amonte Prince.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jay Cook, and I'm a senior at Ocean Lakes High School. I read a poem recently that said, "God, please let the deer on the highway get some kind of heaven, something with tall, soft grass and sweet reunion." It cried for those killed out of convenience, dislike, and distrust. It prayed for the squirrels and the rabbits left in the middle of roads. It wept for the moths trapped and lifeless in your porch lamps. It mourned all things that are killed on accident, on purpose, and all of those deaths in between, those wrongs. It held the empathy we tend to lack for those deaths, for the deer, the mice, and the moths, for the things we find to be a nuisance, a contagion. I often feel that same empathy you lack when you kill a bug or a rodent, that empathy is lacking when you look at us. Like we are something to be dealt with and discarded. Here, we are the roadkill and the vermin. You wonder why we come here and say we feel unsafe and unsettled? It is because we are the moths. These policies are the dormant bulb, and you have your hand on the light switch. These policies will cast us out, put us in danger, force us to make decisions we are not ready to make, and have talks we are not ready to have. They will tell us that we are not ourselves unless someone else says so. And then we will have nowhere to turn. And then we are the deer on the highway, and we are writhing on the pavement because you didn't break in time. If I am killed for simply living, let death be kinder than man. That is the last line in the poem, and I'm sure it also lives in the thoughts of many vulnerable queer kids. If I am killed for simply living, if I have done nothing wrong, if I have suffered and been pushed and pulled and chained and told who I can and cannot be, if myself and people like me are enough to gather so much hatred, then God, let death be kinder than man. No kid should think like that. I'm sure you can all agree, no child should go to school and feel that way, or be treated differently based off their individual identity or traits. No one. All the names of people we've said here in the past year, and the names of those we haven't. The kids and young adults who sought kindness in death
30 seconds.
Because of how hated they felt in life. It is policies like these that kill those kids. They are the deer on the highway, frozen in the headlights with no will or way to run. Brake. Brake, and you will not kill the deer, and your car will not dent or damage. Brake. And let us find kindness in life, not in death. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amonte Prince. Amonte Prince. Okay, we'll move on to our next speakers, which will be Rachel Joyner, Diane Moskovac, and Faustino Koboga.
I'd like to present a selection of comments left on an Instagram post from WHRO announcing the amendments made on the 2023 model policies following the meeting on September 12th. Terrible. This forces LGBT kids to be outed to their parents and can lead to LGBT youth homelessness and death. Shame on VB. doing absolutely nothing to protect students and everything to amplify the minority voices of paranoid bigots. Forced outing, continuing down hate's slippery slope. And, my personal favorite, one day these children will vote. I've been coming to these past few school board meetings, presenting personal experiences, American history and statistics, and all the poetry I can muster inside myself. For my process of these policies to even be so much as acknowledged, and I'd be lying if I said I feel like I'm even being heard. If I feel like I'm screaming into the void after only a few weeks of attending these meetings, I can't even begin to imagine how these students feel begging for their rights at every meeting for an entire year, only for their voices to be largely ignored. These comments, amongst many, many similar comments left on that post, are a reminder to me that the majority of people love and support those like me, who may not be able to attend these school board meetings, but are certainly making a positive difference for LGBT people by making their voices heard. These students are people. These students are living human beings with thoughts and feelings and families and hobbies and personalities and goals, and they deserve freedom to be who they are, and protecting this freedom hurts absolutely nobody. Whether you believe we are valid or not, it's evil to believe we shouldn't exist or that we shouldn't be acknowledged, and proposed policies and laws that attempt to do so must be eradicated. Might I remind those of you in support of this, that if it weren't for the acceptance you receive in your own communities, you'd be worse off too. As much as it pains me to say it, I know that even after all of my efforts, after all of the efforts of these young people who have come to you countless times, after all of the backlash from supportive parents and constituents of Virginia Beach, after all of the backlash from those who watch local public media, after all of our pleas to allow us to live, I know you'll likely pass these policies tonight. As much as I would like to think that maybe tonight I or someone may have finally convinced you otherwise, how could I believe that? After those who will be directly affected by this decision have argued for their rights over and over and over again. You still have time to do
30
what's
seconds.
right. My final plea to you before your decision tonight will be in a form that I hope many of you in support of these dreadful policies will hear, and it comes from the word of your God, from John 8:7, let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Our next speaker is Diane Moskovak, Faustino Kovoga, and then Dan Chang.
Let's get to the heart of the matter. The lives of our children depend on us getting to the heart of the gun violence in our schools. I have a question for you. What if we change the hearts of people by starting at a young age, say like kindergarten? What if we intertwined the godly principles that this country was founded on in history class? Because after all, this is a godly nation and was founded on godly principles. What if the history class went something like this? Now, for decades, accusations against the Founding Fathers have abounded. One common criticism is the Founding Fathers were a collective group of atheists, agnostics, and are deists in a secular government and public square. While these charges are blatantly false, it can likewise be acknowledged that not every Founding Father or early American leader would fit into the category of born-again Christian, although most of them would. However, the overwhelmingly majority of Founding Fathers and early leaders wrote openly and often about the influence of Christianity, the Bible, and Jesus on their lives. Last month, we took a look at what George Washington's thoughts were about Christianity and the impact it had on his life. Let's take a look at the thoughts of Christianity for the second President of the United States, John Adams. John Adams was a signer of the Declaration of Independence, a diplomat, a signer of the Bill of Rights, and the second President of the United States. While the following quotes from John Adams do not give a complete story of his faith journey, they do give us a glimpse into his thinking. In John Adams' inaugural address, he states, "And may the being who is supreme over all, the patron of order, the fountain of justice, and the protector of all ages, of the world of virtuous liberty, continue his blessing upon this nation and its government, and give all possible success and duration consistent with the ends of God's providence." He also states in his inaugural address, "A decent respect for Christianity are among the best recommendations for the public service." In a letter to Thomas Jefferson on April 19, 1817, he states, "Without religion, this world would be something not fit to be mentioned in polite company. I mean hell. In a letter to Thomas Jefferson on December 25, 1813, he states, I have examined all religions, and the result is that the Bible is the best book in the world. John Adams was correct.
30 seconds.
The Bible is God's love letter to all humanity. With every problem you have, the answer to that problem is in the Bible. It's time the Virginia Beach school system becomes a testimony to begin to end gun violence in schools by changing one heart at a time. Remember, when we took God out of schools in 1962, guns entered. Let's team up and begin to change one heart at a time in order to get to the core of gun violence. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Faustino Caova, then Dan Chang, and then Paula Chang.
Good evening. I'm Faustino, a freshman at Regent University. I am speaking in strong support of the 2023 model policies. I would like to again thank the school board and administration for taking clear steps toward implementing the fair and balanced practices of the 2023 model policies. In my first speech, I spoke about how the 2023 model policies defend parents' rights, children's rights, and women's rights. In my second speech, I spoke about how the VBCPS recommended regulations, though making strides to protect parents' rights and children's rights, failed to protect women's privacy, sports, and safety. This problem can be fixed by striking the words, quote, or gender identity as noted in the student's official records, unquote, from sections G2, G3, and G5, and H. And by striking the words designated in the student's official record, unquote, from section H. These 4 amendments are the clear path forward for you to keep the commitment that you've made to the people to implement the 2023 model policies. I will now resume what quoting what the public was told by school board members on August 22nd, 2023. Quote, you said when the governor put the model policy out, we would adopt it because we could follow the law. And yes, I did, unquote. Quote, I do not want to create a precedent that we are lying to parents, unquote. Quote, I totally agree that parents need to be told what's going on in their children's lives. I totally agree with that. So tonight, I'm assured that we will approve regulations in compliance with the 2023 model policies by making necessary amendments to sections G2, G3, section G5, and H. Because a majority of this school board has committed to the public that we're going to implement the 2023 model policies. When we vote for the next school board, we will be looking for candidates with honesty and integrity. We all want what's best for children. Statistics from the CDC, Injury Prevention and Control, found that there was a 14% increase in suicide rates in young people in states that allow minors to access transgender procedures without parental consent. When parents are kept in the dark, children are harmed. Virginia Beach Public Schools serve a community with diverse beliefs and values. Tolerance is not the absence of disagreement. Tolerance is being able to have
30
disagreements
seconds.
civilly. So in conclusion, let's build a future that respects the beliefs of parents and a future that's driven to success based on common sense and transparency. A future that is based on facts and a future where we can trust our school board members. A future where parents' rights, children's rights, and women's rights are respected. President Abraham Lincoln said, quote, commitment is what transforms a promise into a reality, unquote. It
And that is
starts
time.
with approving regulations consistent
And that
with
is
the
time.
2023 model policies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Chang, Paula Chang, and Matthew Cody Connor.
Ms. Taniano, don't start the clock yet because I want to welcome Mrs. Weems back. It's nice to see your smiling face. Please accept our condolences for your loss. Okay, start it up. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to state, through FOIA, we have become aware that the student organizers who spoke for the transgender resolution were allowed to modify the 12 June 2023 transgender resolution, and the goal of the school board members Franklin and Owens was to pass it prior to the graduation of these students. This is wrong for 2 reasons. Students should not be writing policy or resolutions that govern this district, and resolutions should never be expedited through to appease students. The FOIA showed no reach out to parents and community members for their modifications. The U.S. Constitution, First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. The basic component of freedom of expression is the right to freedom of speech. The right to freedom of speech allows individuals to express themselves without government interference or regulations. Let me say that again, without government interference or regulations. I want to remind this board that you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Freedom of speech is the centerpiece of parental rights. I want to remind Ms. Franklin and Mr. Callan they took that oath as well. At the recent PRC meeting, Ms. Owens and Ms. Anderson wanted to limit who can speak and reduce speaker time at school board meetings in the guise of needing more time for the school board to do its work. This is plain nonsense. The school board needs to get its house in order first instead of blaming speakers for the length of school board meetings. I have said this before, that individual school board members need to be prepared before board meetings. This will allow less time wasted on redundant questions and comments. Instead of reducing speaker time, school board members' comments should be timed on how long each school board member wastes making political comments, questions, attacks on the public, and other school board members. Bottom line,
30 seconds.
Uphold your oath to the Constitution and parental rights, and not take away the constitutional rights of citizens to speak freely without regulations of reducing speaker time and who can speak. One last thing, I think these students are lucky. They could stand up here and make comments they want without the fear of being dragged out of their homes and places like are happening in Israel right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang, Matthew Cody Connor, and then Darrell Clark.
Thank you. I attended the Policy Review Committee meeting yesterday where we heard the committee's most recent attempts to silence the public, a suggestion they claim was from Mr. Callan. The PRC desires to decrease our speaking time down to 2 minutes from 4 merely 2 years ago because, as Ms. Anderson took 8 minutes to explain yesterday, we need only 2 minutes to make our point. She knows this as she times our speeches and claims she's done that with another school board member. Beyond the 2 minutes, she decided we are just fully repetitive. And who is she to judge, because you are all here to listen to us? But no worries, because the PRC and board are willing to compromise and decrease speaker time at meetings only when there are more than 35 to 45 speakers. This number, interestingly enough, I think is specifically chosen because it looks reasonable, but it actually guarantees that time is almost always cut to 2 minutes in meetings, because if you review the speaker list, there are almost always 45 speakers, and that sounds kind of devious to me. How do you also prevent organized packing of the sign-up by guaranteeing you will get to 45 by getting more people to speak than will actually show up? For instance, tonight there are 48 speakers, so our time would have been cut down to 2 minutes. Now, over the last 15 months, this board and the PRC welcomed large numbers of speakers. They were organized student speakers, some not even in Virginia Beach schools, who monopolized the schedules. And you welcomed non-Virginia Beach residents speaking because they spoke in support of the board majority position, particularly on transgender issues. 2 of the past student speaker group, Jacob and Emily, by past I mean previous school year, were guests on a podcast called VA Pod after the June 12th transgender resolution passed. On that podcast, they acknowledged the efforts of Mrs. Owens and Mrs. Franklin. They talked about their organizations getting as many speakers as possible to speak and how they timed the sign-up and arranged the order which they would speak. School board members must have been aware of these actions to hijack speaking time, yet the board did nothing to protect citizen speakers. And now they are using the chaos from that was created by them to decrease our First Amendment rights, and I call foul on that. Now this issue, it's clearly winding down, and all of a sudden there's this recognition that the student speaker issue is out of control. Suddenly there need to be changes. Suddenly only people from Virginia Beach should speak. Suddenly they will handpick who is a stakeholder significant enough to be allowed to speak here. Who pays taxes that they consider allowable?
30 seconds.
They may ask your voting district, although some people that come here are not registered voters. They may invade your privacy requesting your address, which, once given to them, is subject to FOIA. But I have an idea. If these changes become policy, would it be fair for us to state your address before we speak? I think that you would think not. So stop any changes to the bylaws which limit our First Amendment and privacy rights in any way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Cody Connor, Darrell Clark, and Brenda Pence.
Good evening. I wasn't surprised by another delay at the last school board meeting, because no matter how hard you try to implement these discriminatory policies in the right way, you are never going to find a right way to do the wrong thing. And Governor Youngkin's policies are wrong. One of the ways you could tell is because you have speakers from groups like Moms for Liberty here to support them. And I'll be real simple in case you aren't paying attention. They're not the good guys. How can you tell? I can help. The good guys don't get declared extremist groups by human rights organizations. Never in history have the good guys been the ones trying to ban books. Never in history have the good guys been a segregationist group pushing to legislate identity. Never in history have the good guys been closely connected with and supported by hate groups like the Proud Boys. And the good guys don't put Hitler quotes for inspiration on the front of their newsletters. Newsflash, they're the bad guys. They're the bad guys here supporting bad policy. And if you support the same bad policy, guess what? You're one of the bad guys too. When you look around and see only the wrong people support what you're doing the wrong thing. Now, you've heard some speakers come up here and say how they love these kids but won't accept them. I'm here telling you that if your love makes somebody not want to be alive, it's not love. That's not love. Some speakers are going to get up here and talk about parental rights. The only right a parent has is the right to responsibility. And if you need somebody else to tell you who your kid is, you're probably not that good a parent. And some are going to get up here and tell you how it's the law. Well, I'd remind you that slavery and segregation also used to be the law here in Virginia, and that there is no right way to do the wrong thing. So do the right thing. Reject these policies that harm and endanger our LGBTQ students. Be the good guys while you still can.
Our next speaker is Darrell Clark, Brenda Pence, and Annie Palumbo.
Students First Virginia's website ought to remove their statement of, quote, "We support the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr. that one should be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin," end quote, because y'all ain't about that, and y'all's character content is ugly. April 16th, 1963, King wrote a letter from a Birmingham jail where he states, quote, "Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly," end quote, in the context of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. Now, if something awful were to happen to any trans, non-binary, or queer child because of these policies, it would indeed affect other people. Folks would say how much they wish something could have been done to prevent this, and how they wish they could have spent more time and got to know them. Those sentiments, incessantly echoing through communities, are always heartbreaking. Now, those who voted for these policies and non-board members who also support them, I bet if any of y'all had LGBTQ plus kids, y'all would be in opposition to these policies too, and we wouldn't be here still talking about them. That is, of course, if y'all weren't gonna stage an intervention based in Christian conversion therapy to pray the gay away, but I digress. I hate to say it, but it seems y'all would have rather used the grave markers of children as stepping stones in hopes of advancing your political careers than to prevent such a fate. And I'd be more willing to talk with those on the other side if this were a more specific topic, but we're talking about basic respect and seeing trans and non-binary youth as regular people, honoring and protecting their human rights, and that is not for debate. Trans and non-binary kids shouldn't have to require permission and documentation to freely be themselves. They just want to live, not merely exist, but actually live their lives as best they can despite anxieties from climate crisis, school shootings, and other grand perils inflicted and enabled by the ruling class which affects us all. Y'all are adults. What great threat do these kids pose to you? They're demanding safety, and y'all are refusing it. You know how objectively bad that makes y'all look? They're demanding security. For some of them, school is their only safe space, and the same for their cisgender peers, who also might not have good homes. But their level of safety is drastically different under these policies, more than they already are, due to the increasing waves of historically fascist rhetoric and legislation enabling violence towards them nationwide,
30 seconds.
especially the black and brown ones. So if you truly believe everyone deserves to have their human rights honored and actual freedom to fully live their lives in ways that don't harm others, then that needs to, not should, that needs to apply to these kids. Their rights are undebatable. Meet their demands in full and reject these policies.
Our next speaker is Brenda Pence, Annie Palumbo, and then David Payne.
Good evening. Finally, there is one thing we can all agree upon. The Virginia Beach School Board meetings last way too long and produce way too little results. However, contrary to what you seem to think, the parents, teachers, concerned citizens, and students are not the problem. They are not talking too much. Each has only 6 minutes of your time per month to address their concerns over serious issues facing their children. You, the school board, appear to be the problem. Anyone who has watched your proceedings during your policy review committee meetings can easily see it. Some board members arrive at meetings noticeably unprepared. Several have not done their homework, for example, not reading the required documents for discussion, not completing their research for important decisions, and pontificating at length, thus forcing the school board to kick the can down the road, postponing votes and needed actions to the next meeting. Don't punish the parents because you cannot time manage your prep and discussion time. I would recommend that you streamline your meetings. How? By applying the same measure of time to each of yourselves as you have given to parents, citizens, and students. If we can give you our opinions and our recommendations in just 3 minutes, so can you. Your job is not easy, but being efficient, disciplining yourselves will demonstrate respect to parents and fellow board members. Problems get resolved with less headaches, and we all go home a lot earlier. In addition, 5 years ago, anyone wanting to address the board simply signed up and speakers were arranged by sign-up order. You changed that about 3 years ago. Well, it's time to change it back because it failed. Less parents are speaking because they know if 20 students go first, parents are at the end of the night. Parents need to speak early so that they can get back home to help with homework and get the kids in bed. Teens have no such responsibilities. Plus, if teens want to speak as an adult, they can wait as an adult. And finally, the global, fundamental right of all parents is to direct the upbringing and the education of their children. It's a right. It does not change. Your attempts to undermine it are wrong. Therefore, since the 2023 model policies protect this sacred right, it's your duty to adopt the policy as is. See, that's how it's done in less than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Palumbo, then David Payne, then Richard Pickens.
Good evening. It was interesting to hear out of 64,000 students that walked out, only 200 students walked out of 64,000. That's not very impressive. But anyway, my name is Annie Palumbo. I'm a mom of a now graduated student, thank God. But tonight I'm here representing Turning Point USA. You all know who Candace Owens is, Charlie Kirk, he's our founder. Anyway, for years I've seen the speaker list stacked with students with a liberal mindset. Guess what? Conservative students are starting to rise up like wildfire. My job is to raise up conservative students to start fighting the good fight and spreading truth. This is coming to a school near you, so be prepared for some real truth tellers someday outnumbering you. Here's what our high school chapter map looks like now, or high school and college. So this is a wildfire that's going through our country, and it's going to give you guys some competition. So you think we're the only one, you're the only ones being bullied, all of you students? Well, this is a social media comment made to me last night because I'm speaking at an event tomorrow about what's happening in our schools. Annie is a mom who defended her child. That's interesting. Hope they F her brains out and take her child and life. Stupid a-holes. You guys think you're the only ones getting threatened? How do you think it feels from a parent to have my son and myself threatened too? So bullying is bullying. I've seen it on both sides. And even up on the dais, it's pretty sad. I'm flabbergasted that it has taken this school board 5 or more meetings to decide if they'll adopt our governor's model policies. Man, have times changed. I remember when you had our kids masked a few years ago. You jumped right on Governor Northam's policies. I guess when the law doesn't line up with your beliefs, you disobey it. So I'm glad you're being sued by 2 parents because you won't adopt these policies. I sure hope the tide changes tonight. But I'm going to leave you with a quote from our very own Candace Owens with regards to the transgender movement that is the latest fad. I mean, the idea that if somebody looks at a man and calls them a man and that they feel unsafe because they've created a false reality in their own head, I don't abide by that. The left is trying to make it seem that people who see reality for what it is are demented and are creating unsafe territory. And that's not the truth. What I think is unsafe is for people to be affirmed in their delusions. Go live your life as you want to live your life. When I have to pretend that I see a woman when clearly you are a man, I shouldn't have to play that game. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Our next speaker is David Payne, Richard Pickens, and then Noah Moreland. David Payne, Richard Pickens,
I want to join in standing with Israel in the defense of their people and any innocent Arab families trapped by the brutality of terrorist groups who threaten them, and anyone who smiles or applauds the attackers is an enemy of decency and should correct themselves. Orion Davis, who spoke at the last school board meeting, said Christianity should have no governance in our laws. This type of rhetoric was repeated by Daryl Clark, stating that brown and black children, which he said again tonight, are especially in danger from so-called Christian values. He actually used the word Nazi as a label for those of us who are opposed to the sexualization of kids. Obviously, he's never met a Nazi. A teacher by the name of Vlecchia, I may have messed that one up, said religion has no place in this debate. However, 1/3, 34% of all the Founding Fathers' writings was directly a quote from the Bible or Scripture. Patrick Henry, founding father of our country, said it cannot be emphasized too strongly that this nation, this great nation, was founded by Christians, not on religions, but on the gospel of Jesus Christ. As you walk up the steps of the Capitol building, which houses the Supreme Court, you can see near the top of the building a row of the world's lawgivers in statue form, and each one is turned to face the one in the middle, who's facing with a full frontal view, and that is Moses with the 10 Commandments. The 3 branches of government found in our Constitution are the result of a scripture, Isaiah 33:22. For the Lord is our judge, Supreme Court. The Lord is our lawgiver, Congress. The Lord is our king, presidency. And this scripture and concept was presented by James Madison at the Constitutional Convention in 1787. David Cutchin said something last school board meeting that is true. There is no successful compromise between light and darkness. That can be made no clearer than the rhetoric from the other side. Elijah Stoltz called people, with my opinion, hateful taxpayers. Jay Cook said, we're done playing nice, and ended with the angry-sounding statement, let's burn. Okay. Matthew Cody Connor said he hoped that I would go to hell, the hell I believe in. Why? Because we do not share the same opinion. However, we were able to share lunch and had a very pleasant, honest conversation, and for that I thank him. Melissa Lucasen called us ignorant, bigoted, mouth-breathing potatoes. Her comments to the male school board members last meeting was inappropriate and really does not adequately represent her intelligence. However, she is a capable speaker and made a comment that caused me to reflect. If parents want to call their son by a girl's name to honor their son's perception of being a woman, shouldn't parental rights force others to comply? The answer is no. Spiritually minded people, honest people, while respectful, cannot reinforce that which is not true. A last name could be an acceptable substitute and some graciousness and understanding on the part of everyone involved. But there must be no penalty for genuinely and conscientiously being unable to comply. There must be no association of that with bullying or being harmful or dangerous or even disrespectful. Someone asked what would the penalties be for teachers who continue indoctrinating in LGBTQ or sexual ideologies. The parameters must be clear and common sense. For people who feel defiant to the governor's policies, they should be warned. And if they persist, they should be fired without apology.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Noah Moreland, Jackie Cottrell, and Keely Arnold.
On this day, exactly 26 years ago, two people, a man and a woman, welcomed into this world a new life, a boy. And with him came the hope of his parents, like any parent would hope, that he lived a long, fruitful, and happy life. That boy was me. They named me Noah, and I kid you not, it rained for 7 days non-stop after I was born. But what one hopes for is not always what happens, and it is the duty of a parent to prepare their kids for that simple fact of life, that it isn't always fair. You aren't always going to be happy. It is not a matter of if you will face hardship, but when you will face it and what you will do when it comes knocking. And as is the case with most things, as a parent, all you can do is hope your child learns that lesson sooner rather than later. But with that lesson comes a freedom, that despite the trials and tribulations, life is worth living. It is a gift granted to us by not only our parents, but their parents before them and their parents before them. A gift granted by God himself. We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the key word being the pursuit, because happiness is not a continual state of being. It is the pursuit of said happiness that provides us with the fulfillment, and in so doing, we can glimpse happiness along the way. And the issue we find ourselves discussing here tonight is that of a failure of parents, the school, the government, that for kids to come up here and say with such intemperate anger and proclaim, if you dare pass this policy, kids will kill themselves, points to a much deeper mental health crisis that gender transition, pronouns, or acquiescence by the board will never solve. These are Band-Aid solutions slapped over a festering wound that should be treated at the source, and it starts with transparency. Parents should already be aware of these issues, but can you blame them for not when the system actively masquerades as a force for good until the moment something goes wrong? Just ask Loudoun County how that worked out. And I'd just like to say that Moms for Liberty was declared an extremist organization by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an attempt to discredit normal people by a liberal organization because they're afraid of the fact that they speak the truth. The SPLC is a discredited and scandal-ridden group that one of its own employees described as a highly profitable scam, and which has been lambasted by progressives as everything that's wrong with liberalism. Students that speak often like to point out that many of us do not have kids in the school system, and it's true. I haven't yet been granted that blessing, but I know I will have kids, and I look at the school system before us that chews innocent children up and spits them out, depressed, lonely, licentious young adults year after year, and I do not want my future children to be anywhere near it. Youngkin's model policies provide a foundation with which to build anew something that can be trusted. 26 years I've been alive, and some days it feels like the world's gone mad. But I have every right to speak here to advocate for change in a system my future children may one day see. So I can say I did not lean, so I can say I stood tall. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie Cottrell, Keely Arnold, and Amy Solares.
Good evening. We should have one goal for our education system and one role for the school board. Educate our children. Prepare our children to enter careers as an adult and to become a productive member of society. The teachers, staff, and educators are not there for counseling home situations or to help children find themselves. Teachers are there to educate them. There are counselors in all schools, and that is their job, to counsel them. Teachers are educators, not counselors. Parents should be involved in our children's education. Parents should know what their children are reading at school, libraries, and what our children are being taught. Children should not be leading us. They are our dependents. We, the parents, are responsible. Who goes to jail if our children do not go to school? It is a fact that children's brains are not fully developed even at the age of 18. Parents need to stay involved in their children's life. Everything I am saying does not mean there is no compassion for students. Each student should be treated as a human being and with respect, and that should go both ways. The school system shouldn't be talking about if you're a girl or a boy or if you want to change your name. We should be discussing scholastics, funding, busing, and how to make our children be successful to our society and themselves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Keely Arnold, Amy Solares, and Jesse Swaringen.
Good evening. I'm against school board members shortening speakers' time to speak. This was done a few years ago, and it didn't decrease the length of the meetings. It only outraged the public. City Council allows people to speak for 3 minutes on every agenda item. School board meetings are long because they are disorganized, inefficient, and the leadership is weak. Partisan school board members are constantly microanalyzing every little thing. Members could save a whole lot of time if they didn't keep trying to slow down or stop any bylaw or regulation change that is parental rights based. So instead of reducing speakers' time, you should clean up your own house first. It would make a lot more sense to become better organized, more efficient, and supportive of parental rights instead of limiting speakers' time. In one of your recent meetings, there was over 30 policies in your consent agenda. 3 minutes is barely enough time to talk about one item. And I can tell you from watching the Policy Review Committee, there's going to be a lot of stuff for us to come back and speak about. It has also come up that some school board members would like to only allow certain Virginia Beach citizens to speak. Well, you can start by limiting minors instead of adults. Why on earth do you think it's okay to censor the constituents who elected you? This school board is getting sued for the decisions of 6 school board members because they didn't follow the law and implement the new model policies. Instead, they decided to circumvent them, modify them, and change them to appease a group of kids and their own political beliefs. Unfortunately, they are now changing these policies as we speak behind the scenes. The majority of parents are against boys and girls in bathrooms and locker rooms, and of course of the opposite sex. And no, we do not want them sharing overnight accommodations together on school trips either. Boys do not belong in girls' sports. So this school board will continue to see lawsuits as long as they allow this to happen because of their changes to the new model policies that are getting ready to come out. And to Jennifer Franklin, you are part of the problem on this school board. It is sad to see that you have been one of the leading proponents of kids lying to and keeping secrets from their parents. You have also made it clear that you do not support Youngkin's new policies as written. Your constituents overwhelmingly want these policies passed without being grossly altered. Also, your voting record is appalling. It is no wonder why the majority of your constituents are willing and ready to vote you out as soon as they can. It is a good thing we have a school board election coming soon because it is likely many of you will be replaced by new school board members who will respect all parents' rights and make better decisions for our children overall. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Solares, Jesse Swaringen, and David Cutchins.
Good evening. Pass the governor's model policies as they're written. It's the law. Stop the virtue signaling, stop the antics. We all sound like broken records at this point. Parents know their children better than anyone else. Parents care more about their children than anyone else. Parents have the fundamental right to the health, care, welfare, education of their own children. It's been brought up many times in these meetings, and I'm pretty sure we all agree. Body dysmorphia is a mental disorder. It's listed in the DSM-5, as has been said, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition. Yet 6 of you on this board continue to push for keeping this information from parents who will be the only ones there for their children. I'm pretty sure Franklin, Melnick, Riggs, Anderson, Owens, and Martin, you're not going to be there for my kids should something come up. I need to know these things. At the last meeting, a lady stood up and proclaimed how so many people were focusing on what was in these children's pants. Disgusting. The focus is on what is going on in their heads. Parents have the ultimate right to know what's going on with their children. They should be included in anything physical or mental. that's going on with their children. I remember years ago getting a phone call or note from my kids' teachers when my kid fell down at school and got a scratch. And now we have administration and the majority of this board supporting keeping secrets from parents regarding mental challenges our own children are facing. How far we have fallen. The 6 of you I just mentioned have listened to the children in this room and catered to the most immature, the most entitled, and those with the least amount of life experience. To the children who have stood up these past few months, chastised and threatened board members, spoken about how awful parents are and how they don't care about the children. Be careful what you wish for. Every person in this room was once a teenager, and we all thought we knew everything too. If we had a schizophrenic student who thought he or she could fly, would we keep this information from the parents and allow the child on the roof of the school buildings? It's ludicrous. Enough is enough. Stop dilly-dallying around. Pass the model policies as they're written, because changing the policies and watering them down is not in compliance with state law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse Swaringen, David Cutchins, and then Bill Devins.
Hi, I'm Jesse Swearingen, father of 2 beautiful daughters in 4th and 6th grade. Simply put, I am here to protect them. And I'm here to ensure that you and others present have a better understanding of what your schools will look like if you fail to adopt these policies. First, girls' bathrooms and locker rooms will no longer be a place of privacy. They will be a place where disturbed boys can fulfill hidden fantasies and prey on vulnerable girls. Watching them change clothes, watch them go into and out of toilet seats, stalls. And the only requirement is that they now claim to be a girl. In May 2021, a 15-year-old transgender girl, or a biological boy, from a high school in Loudoun County, Virginia, right, we all know this, walked into the girls' bathroom and violently raped a teen girl. The school board resolved to transfer the biological boy to a different high school where he sexually assaulted another girl. When finally taken to court, the boy pled no contest. The superintendent was fired, and the family of the rape victim is now suing the Loudoun County School Board for $30 million. Let's talk sports. I have a crazy idea. Male athletes who believe they should be placing higher or scoring more should be given the opportunity to compete in the female category. That's right. With slower times and slightly lower requirements, they will have a more fair opportunity to achieve the success that they're entitled to. Who cares about the thousands of female athletes who will undoubtedly lose qualifying slots, have trophies stolen, get knocked off podiums, and more? 11 days ago in Belfast, Maine, a biological high school boy competed in the Girls Cross Country Festival of Champions and came in 4th place. However, last year, the same athlete finished 172nd place when competing as a boy. That's quite an improvement. I wonder how all those female athletes felt. Truth is, if you want to condemn the vast majority of your students to feel unsafe, violated, helpless, and afraid to say anything or speak up when they're actually being harassed, then go ahead and toss these model policies in the trash. If it's
30 seconds.
If it's a solution you're looking for, then I propose this. Now, this is going to sound crazy. Create a better connection between father and child and disconnect entirely from social media. That's more dad, less social media. If you want to actually help those in the struggle, that's where you should start. It's my highest recommendation to adopt these model policies. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is David Cutchins, Bill Devins, and then Kim DeWitt.
Good evening, Board. Here's a sentiment I thought I'd never have, and you probably thought you'd never hear, but I was actually hoping I would get to speak later this evening, after your informational section, after I hear you present and discuss what you're actually planning to do tonight. But my remarks will be brief in any event. One of the key principles that we learn from reading and studying the history of man is that obedience to our Creator's plans for us brings blessings and light. And the disobedience brings failure, despair, and darkness. For over 6,000 years now, we've been trying to disprove that principle with the same result. We are still trying to disprove that principle. But obedience always brings its blessing. Disobedience always brings failure and despair. We can see that in the world around us constantly. Obey the law. Adopt the 2023 model policies.
Our next speaker is Bill Devins, Kim DeWitt, and then Natalie Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Bill Devins. For 6 of you up there, it is not about students first. It never was. It is all about agenda. It is clear from your decisions, votes over the last year, and resistance to adherence to the Youngkin model that you are in league with the Department of Education, the NEA, the AFT, and the American Library Association in sexualizing our children. Under your leadership, we no longer have schools. We have GICs. That is, Government Indoctrination Centers. Second, transgender operations and therapy has become a very lucrative business for many in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. With the help of the likes of the Virginia Beach school system, they have exploited the unhappiness and uncertainty that occurs naturally during the teenage years. Teens are such easy prey to any suggestions that might promise a change for the better. Add to that the industry's dire, guilt-inducing warning to parents that unless their child gets the desired sex change, the child is likely to commit suicide, and you have a perfect money-making machine. How utterly inhuman. But hey, anything for the almighty dollar. Know, however, that the 6 of you facilitate it. Third, well, it's about time. Across these United States, so many individuals who have experienced transgender operations are now successfully suing the doctors who operated on them years earlier. Warning, warning, warning. You're next. Inevitably, trial lawyers will begin seriously looking at suing those who motivated, encouraged, and/or celebrated the need for a sex change operation, those being the counselors, teachers, and school board members who recommended or encouraged transgender operations. Mind you, we're not talking about the school system as a whole, but individuals within the school system. Know that sexual counseling is not and never should be the business of our schools. You inform the parent and let them take it from there. Otherwise, one legally bears the liability for what one says or does. In conclusion, I repeat, sexual counseling is not and never should be the business of our schools. You inform the parent and let them take it from there. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Kim DeWitt, Natalie Gonzalez, and then Ginger Sherrick.
Hello, Board. My name is Kim DeWitt, and I'm here to support the students regarding Governor Youngkin's model policies. It has been over a year since these discussions have begun, and it is hard to believe we're still arguing whether or not these students deserve respect, dignity, autonomy, and love. Looking at everything that has been spoken or argued about the past few months and even tonight, I would like to make just a few statements, if you will. First, we've had many speakers of all ages who have voiced their opinions. We keep hearing judgment from religious zealots who believe that they're the only ones with the correct answer. Everyone else is wrong. Let's remember that our country was actually founded upon religious freedoms by founders who were theological liberals. Not all students and families in the Virginia Beach City Public School System are Christian or follow any religion at all. Many religions throughout the schools. To force the religious beliefs upon an entire populations of schools in a public, let me repeat that word, public school is not acceptable. And you don't have to believe the same way these LGBTQ students do. However, you do owe them all the respect and dignity that they deserve. Isn't that what Jesus teaches us? Be kind to others and love one another. I'd also like to mention the bullying and harassment that we've heard about. Some of us students talked about it tonight. I know AJ did. I want to talk about that. I hear about it daily. My students goes to Kellum. They tell me about the fine arts community and how they are daily harassed, videotaped, many slurs that I'm not going to repeat here because it's not appropriate. I don't think they should be said. It's the same school where they've attempted to destroy a set that this community has built for a fall play. Teachers now have to stand outside of that hallway to protect these students. And thank God for those teachers. I know them and they're amazing people. I've read the comments on posts on Instagram and Snapchat and news articles. I'm not going to repeat those. They're disgusting. You've read them though. You've seen them. Some of you here probably have even written some of them. Now, a few things I want to set straight. I keep hearing that the schools are providing surgeries and medications. Yeah, do I really have to defend this? No, they aren't. Trust me. My student can't even get a Motrin from the nurse. I highly, I can promise you that they're not giving out testosterone and they're not performing gender-changing surgery. Number one, where are we doing that and where are we getting the money for that from? Okay. This is always a funny one also. I'm going to skip ahead really quick then. So for my last statement, I would like you to reject the governor's policies as written. Yes, we are focused on trans students. We put this in place to protect all students. We're focused on trans students because this has been a direct attack on their liberties and freedoms. However, we want to protect all students in Virginia Beach. This really does extend to all students. We want to make sure that the students know that when they are in school, they can learn without fear of harassment, bullying, and harm, that they have someone they can go to without fear of outing, that they can go and be themselves.
And that is time.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie Gonzalez, Ginger Sherrick, and then Becky Hay.
Good evening. Out of pure curiosity, I decided to look back and count how many of these meetings I've attended, and this one makes 20. As time passes on, something that's become clear to me is how much of an uphill battle my friends and I are fighting. I hear this board discuss the model policies, and it really, really seems as though the goal was never to create an environment that strengthens the bond between parents and their children or respects parents' rights. I hear members of this board try to argue that the model policies give no avenues for parents to request their child to be referred to by a different name and pronouns, and thus we cannot give them avenues to do so. Never mind the fact that this just isn't true. The model policies do give parents the ability to determine what their students should be called, and never mind the fact that this argument explicitly goes against parents' rights. The main goal at the end of the day is to make it as difficult as possible for trans students to be respected in schools. If I'm wrong, explain to me how members of this board arguing that a teacher can disregard a parent's will even if they ask in writing for their child to be called by their preferred name and pronouns falls in line with parents' rights. It is discussions like these that make it so clear that these policies are being developed not by people who have the student's best interest in mind, and not even by people who have the parent's best interest in mind. They are formed by people who fundamentally disagree with the existence of trans youth, and they allow those beliefs to shape the way they treat our students. When I speak about how tiresome it can be coming to these meetings as diligently as I do, and about how our effort has been an uphill battle, I am not complaining just to complain. When my peers and I take on a different tone, one more assertive than we're used to, this is not us lashing out like pampered toddlers who didn't get their way. It is a desperate plea. We come here and we speak to this board because we have hope. Because we have worked so hard to try to see change, and we are still trying every method we can to make it clear to this board that the students they represent are unhappy. We are so unhappy that we are willing to try all different ways to communicate our point. We are willing to come to these meetings week after week in droves. We are willing to stay here until the late hours of the night in the mere hope that you all will understand the impact these policies will have on us. Our frustration and disheartenment is anything but unearned. I'm not sure how to end this speech, but I'd like to say that I hope that out of the 60 cumulative minutes in which you've listened to me, at least one has made a difference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ginger Sherrick, Becky Hay, and then Willow Boboritz.
Good evening. For the past several months, I've heard kids voice their disappointment that they are still having to appear before the school board. I have to agree with them because I am also disappointed. However, I have a solution. Since parents are legally and morally responsible for their kids, you should allow parents to sign up first to speak. Oh, wait, no, that wouldn't be very democratic. Seriously, let's return to giving everyone a fair and equal chance to sign up to speak. Then please make a decision to return to parents their God-given rights to make decisions about their kids. Studies show parental involvement improves student academic performance and overall healthiness. Clearly, if schools really want to help kids, they should involve parents, not ignore them. History shows us that once one group loses its rights, then eventually other groups will lose their rights. Protect all kids. Give parents back their rights. Obey the law and adopt the 2023 model policies as they are written. And eliminate all parts of the 2021 Northam model policies which have been woven into existing school policies and existing regulations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Hay, Willow Boberits, and then Homer Stinson.
Good evening. I've spent considerable time going through the proposed changes regarding the model policies. Overall, I'm very thankful that the board has come to realize that parental notification in all of these situations is critical. I'm also very grateful to Dr. Robertson and Dr. Saltner for their work in bringing these regulations forward tonight. No doubt this has been an unnecessarily exhausting and demoralizing process, as well as a needless waste of time. The proposed regulations tonight seem quite similar to what Ms. Manning brought to the board a few months ago, which have been debated ad nauseum since then. However, I do have a few concerns that need some clarification on portions of the proposed regulations. First, referring to the locker rooms and overnight accommodations in 5-44.2, it looks like the proposed regulations state the official student record must contain the sex being used for the locker room usage and overnight accommodations. However, it doesn't clearly specify whether a student record change requires a legal birth certificate or just a note from parents noting the status. In addition, will students be notified that a biological male is using the female locker room or a biological female is using the male locker room in these instances? The regulations suggest students can request a single occupancy locker room, but does that option go both ways? And are the schools ready to accommodate multiple students requesting single occupancy options? Is the board familiar with Virginia Code 18.2-387 regarding indecent exposure, and does the board realize the inherent risk of allowing adult 18 to 19-year-old transgender females access to minor students? Also in 5-7.1.b.1 it states names, titles, and nicknames associated with academic instruction or extracurricular activities may refer to a student without being noted in the student's official record. Please clarify whether this particular statement is for situations such as foreign language class names, since earlier language in the subsection seems to conflict with this point. The language must be clear and consistent throughout the document to avoid confusion and loopholes. If clarity can be found in these situations, there should be no further delay in adopting these regulations tonight. It's been unfair to Dr. Robertson, his team, and the community to let this drag on. It's time for the board to get to the business of governing and to allow administration to move forward. There are too many other pressing issues related to the basics of education being overlooked in Virginia Beach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Willow Boberits, Homer Stinson, and then Donna Flulahan.
Good evening. My name is Willow Boberits, and I'm here to share a speech of a friend who could not be in attendance tonight. In my original testimony, I described my coming out experience much more ideally than what actually occurred. I've heard stories in the past that seem much more severe, but I know that my story, which I've described as not bad, would be absolutely horrifying to any of you sitting in this audience who have never experienced such a thing. My father, the man who in the past has sworn to protect me, couldn't even look me in the eyes, all because I changed my name. And I can fully assure you that this experience, this moment of hatred I witnessed from my own blood, made me want to kill myself. If a queer child experienced such heartbreak and took their own life as a result, I can look at this crowd and easily determine who would mourn them from the bottom of their hearts, and it's the teenagers. The ones who should be at home doing schoolwork but instead have spent months at this podium speaking in defense of their sovereignty, of their rights. It is not the lot of you who claim to wish to protect children. It is not those of you who attend church but don't listen to the true messages. Those who do not truly love thy neighbor. I wouldn't be shocked if this crowd was actually happy to see them go. If a queer child dies due to this hatred, whether it be internalized or not, you may not have killed them with your own hands, but by speaking here, you have handed them the bullet, the knife, the pill, the noose, and told them sternly to go ahead. And it would not haunt you consciously, because to many of you, queer kids were dead to you the second they learned to love themselves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Homer Stinson, Donna Fluahan, and then Elijah Gum.
Good evening. Acceptance. It's not agreement. It's a statement that's on the walls up at the Navy Senior Enlisted Academy in Newport, Rhode Island. And look, while we may not agree on the 2023 model policies, there are other issues on your docket, issues that require cooperation. And so there is acceptance of the 2023 model policies, just as there was acceptance for the transgender policy that was passed in June. Now, I don't know what the qualifications I have to have, but I'm the father of a lesbian daughter, of a bisexual daughter, of a straight son. I hope I've got that spectrum covered. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm an agnostic. I'm not offended by people reading scripture. However, I am offended by people accusing me of being racist, of being a Nazi, or whatever, simply because I disagree. Now, there are a couple things that I have not heard over the last several weeks while I've been attending these. For one thing, I have not yet heard an active teacher or a student come up here and say, I support the 2023 model policies. 30 years in the Navy, I have never seen anybody who failed to step up, at least one person, step up and say, is this something we should be doing? I haven't seen that here. And I'm starting to wonder, is it because there's intimidation? Is there some bullying going on? What's happening? Furthermore, maybe I missed it, but have we seen any gay or lesbian students up here speaking? A lot of non-binaries, they, thems, or as I like to call them, Sibyls. But what are we seeing out there? And another thing I have not seen or heard one person up here who's speaking on the other side cite a specific policy out of the governor's 2023 policies, not one paragraph. That leads me to believe that they haven't even read the dang thing. What do they know? What are they talking about? And we keep hearing, oh my God, if you don't pass this, people are going to die. I spent 30 years in the Navy. I heard that I don't know how many times. It doesn't faze me anymore because it's a form of emotional manipulation. It's something that domestic abusers use when they're dealing with that spouse who won't comply. Do as I say, or I'll kill myself. Now, there is one thing that I've also heard, and I have not, well, let me rephrase it, I have not heard. I have not heard anybody ask why. I have not heard anybody say why. Why is it that a perfectly healthy body is the wrong body?
30 seconds.
Why not be your natal sex? What is better about the desired sex? And who is telling these individuals, you were born in the wrong body? Please, don't quote Christianity. Look, I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why parents are doing this. Maybe it's what they call transjousen by proxy, where, hey, my kid is trans, look at me, I'm an adoring, affirming parent. I don't know. But I do know this. Don't tell me when the child was transgender. Tell me why. Thank you.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Donna Fluahan, then Elijah Gum.
Good evening. There have been many months of public comment on the issues of the governor's model policies. I know you as a board have also put much thought and time into bringing these policies into compliance while trying to take into consideration all the comments of those of us on both sides of the issue. Please know that many prayers for the board have been offered up and that these prayers are for wisdom, discernment, and strength as you took on this monumental task. Tonight I would like to talk, as someone mentioned, about law. As a board under the authority of the state laws, you are compelled to come into compliance with Governor Youngkin's model policies. These policies actually coincide with other laws regarding our children. I speak of the laws of the emancipation of a child and the majority of a child. Both of those compel parents to care for and provide for their children until they, in this state, are 18. These particular laws say parents are not only have the right to care for their kids, the law says it's the responsibility of the parents to care and provide for their children. Otherwise, they are breaking the law, and there are consequences they will endure if they should choose not to do that. So you, the school board, are bound by the governor's policy because now it is law. And we, the parents, are bound by the laws of emancipation and majority. But we also love our children and we want the best for them, even though sometimes that means we say no to them on the basis of what we think is good for them. God has put us in charge of them. In fact, they are His gift to us. I would like to think that all the laws that I just mentioned make for a good partnership. A partnership. Isn't that what we should be? A partnership working together according to universal Judeo-Christian principles that protect our children. A partnership that allows parents to have the final decision. Our form of government, the most ingenious government ever established, was based on those principles, but our forefathers knew that our government would not work if we forsook those principles. Sadly, I think that's where our country is today. The further we stray from those principles, the more divided we become, and a house divided against itself will not stand. We need to stand together united. I hope that the students who are yearning for a decision in their favor, if it doesn't happen, will
30
realize
seconds.
that no, will realize that no does not mean that they have not been heard. I hope in the future, looking back someday, they know the decision to abide by the law was not done from a perspective of hate or some kind of phobia. I hope that as they mature and maybe even become parents themselves, they will understand that no can be the most loving word someone could say to them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elijah Gum.
Good evening, school board. My name is Elijah Gum, and I understand that all of you are probably very tired and don't want to be here, so I'll try to make my point very clear. I don't want the 2023 model policy to be adopted. I am a resident of the city of Virginia Beach. I have younger family members who are currently in the school system and who will in the future be a part of the school system. And I do not want the students to I don't want the students to not be able to express who they are or to be outed to their parents. I want them to be able to have a safe place to go if they're not able to go to their own homes. I understand that there's a lot of pressure from a lot of different parties, and I understand that you all are very stressed about it. So I just wanted to express my desires as a citizen of Virginia Beach. One thing that I will say, though, is no matter what side of the issue you are on, transgender people exist. They have existed, they will continue to exist in the future. And repressing somebody's right to express themselves as who they are cannot and will not come to good. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Have a good night.
Madam Chair, I want to do a time check.
We're going to let the rest of the speakers, there's only 3 left, speak. We'll wait for the online till after. Okay?
Okay, our next speaker will be Thomas O'Brien.
Excuse me, there's 4, I'm sorry.
Thomas
Yeah,
O'Brien.
but the 2 that are online, we'll just wait till after. But the ones that are here, we're going to let speak.
Okay, we have Thomas O'Brien, then Johnny Pearson, then Jeffrey Davis. Thomas O'Brien.
Thank you. I am Thomas O'Brien. Thank you to the city for allowing us to come out here for the open forum and thoughts, critical thinking, and I thank everyone for trying to do what's best for the children. I think we all have that goal in here today. My child is amongst one of the students standing up for their rights today, and I'm very proud of them all. They're all very brave, and very proud of them. My child's speech is far better than mine, so I should thank the school for that. And I should thank the teachers who are working hard. I think the point of contention from what I gathered, I'm late to this fight, is mostly in the name of an individual and changing that. And I'm here to report that in my profession, I have went 3 years going by many names like Platypus, and many of my coworkers who I trusted my life with didn't even know my real name. I'm here to say that it doesn't really matter. I went 2 years as Abel-Stiltskin, I think, if I remember, for my propensity of napping. And on many operations, my nickname would change daily. So in a real life and death situation, it doesn't matter what they call you, that you can be there to be counted, you're valued, and people trust you. And I think that's the important thing. And I'd also like to point out that separation of church and state is real in the First Amendment, and it's very important. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Johnny Pearson, Jeffrey Davis, and then Andy Bond. Johnny Pearson, Jeffrey Davis,
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Davis, and excuse me, I'm here with my child who is a senior at Salem High School. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. I have no control over anyone's opinions, beliefs, or judgments, nor do others have control of mine. I believe we all come to speak about the model policies from a place of fear, love, and faith. What differs is what we fear, how we love, and what and who we put faith in. Fear because I see rules such as these model policies as a slippery slope towards dictating the terms of how people should be. I see states blocking medical care. I see states taking away rights for individuals to choose medical care, including adults and including parent-approved care for minors. So again, not all parental rights are being honored in many places throughout the country. The truth is, not one law is being passed anywhere to take rights away from cis heterosexual Christians. Not one. Maybe when you have a school system and a government carving away the right for your child to live and be who they are, you will see my fears as a parent of a trans kid. I fear for the life of my child. He's a beautiful, kind, smart, creative person who loves his grandma, misses his dog who died, bakes cookies for friends and teachers, helps his little sister with homework, and still snuggles his mom, occasionally his dad. There's nothing wrong with his soul. It's the same beautiful one it has always been. I've seen him thrive in the past 6 months after years of clawing our way through the psychological and medical protocols required for granting of medical care for trans minors. In terms of education, teachers should call a kid whatever name makes them comfortable to learn. All the teachers that I have spoken with just want to teach in an environment that provides the best learning possibilities for students. Does any trans kid take fundamental rights away from any other kid? No. Does calling a child a name that gives them a monicum of affirmation take away parental rights? No. And faith. My faith is in a God who doesn't make mistakes. I was here to be the father of this child who happens to be trans, but that is not all who he is. He deserves life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He deserves to be able to go out to the mall with his dad or his friends and not be fearful if we get separated. He and his friends deserve for their non-binary natures to be the last thing people care about, not the only thing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Bond.
Well, welcome home. It's great to see you all here where you belong. Stephen Hames, president of the Endocrine Society, writes, more than 2,000 studies published since 1975 form a clear picture. Gender-affirming care improves the well-being of transgender and gender-diverse people and reduces the risk of suicide. 21 scientists wrote a letter, said, this claim is not supported by the best evidence available. Dr. Hames' claim that gender transition reduces suicides is contradicted by every systematic review, including the review published by the Endocrine Society, of which he's the president. We could not draw any conclusion about death by suicide. There is no reliable evidence to suggest that hormonal transition is an effective suicide prevention measure. I suggest, therefore, that it's okay to pass these policies because the concern the kids have isn't supported by the evidence. Last month, I provided you with the statistics and the research that backed up the claim that involving parents supports the lack and the reduction of suicide. So, now, transgender student means a VBCPS student whose parent has stated in writing that the student's gender identity differs from the student's sex. Thank you. Grateful that you're adopting the parental role. Thank you. That should not go unnoticed and without gratitude. Thank you. You also address safety. Students are entitled to be safe in the use of restrooms, locker rooms, and changing facilities. The policy that you are proposing says that students will use the restroom that correspond to the student's sex as designated in the student's official record. While I like the idea of parental involvement, as I said a minute ago, thank you, I only have a relationship with you regarding my kid's safety. I don't have a relationship with that other parent.
30 seconds.
That parent shouldn't be making a decision that you all should be making. And I suggest that you make the decision. Your proposal includes the use of single-use bathrooms, and that's the answer. I don't understand why anybody has a problem with that. Because if we look up to Loudoun, I think it was Loudoun or whoever up in Northern Virginia, where that kid was passed around, that boy said he was a girl and committed 2 sexual assaults, well, that's the safety that you
And that is time.
I are concerned about. Thank you.
We're going to move on to our online speakers. Vic Nichols, please unmute. Vic Nichols, please unmute. Okay, we'll move on to our next online speaker, Laura Hughes. Please unmute.
Know that they will be able to come back and speak, but I thought if they were still on listening, we'd let them. It's only 2, so. We'll move on.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute it first.
Go ahead, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. I would like to speak on 2 topics, one of which is the model policies, which should be adopted. We have many, many opinions here tonight, and that's fine because we have different parents raising different children. And regardless of what your stance is on these, that is your choice as to what to include into your child's academic record. It is not the choice of another parent or a government school. I would also like to address the topic of lowering citizen speaker time. I attended a policy review meeting yesterday, and I was fascinated to hear one of the committee members take almost 4 minutes to explain that a citizen should be able to make a point in 2 minutes. She then went on to take almost 2 more minutes to repeat the same thing, and then another 1.5 minutes to reiterate the same thing. So we have someone who took nearly 8 minutes to explain that citizens should only take 2 minutes to make a point. I found that pretty interesting. I also heard another board member state that he needed to cut down on speaker time because we're making too many decisions after 1 in the morning and he needed to go to bed. My response to that would be prepared for meetings. Do your due diligence ahead of time. You get the agenda ahead of time. You know what's going to be on there. Ask questions. Get more information ahead of time. And keep your comments to 2 minutes. If you all could do that, you would cut down on these meetings a whole lot more. Thank you and have a good night.
Vic Nichols, please unmute.
Thank you. One, purpose of letting kids go first was that they had work to do at home. They said they didn't need it. At 10, I was capable of figuring out how to allot my time. Teens can't manage this with other computer phone devices. 2, when asked about the legality of paying for your internet, your browser history appears to qualify as a public record defined by 2.2-3701, a record prepared or owned by or in the possession of a public body or of its officers, employees, or agents in the transaction of public business. That includes your phone calls paid by the taxpayers. 3, the board discriminates on viewpoints. While a vet with small USA flags had a problem, a shirt bearing a knife on it regarding trans kids was not met with the same school board reaction. You refused to do anything about it, although 1-48B2 and C2 bullet point 2 paraphrase displaying other items brought into the meeting room that creates a safety concern are there. 4, in 2019 there were 313 trans murders in the entire world. 139,815 rapes of women in the U.S. alone. Yet we're supposed to protect trans people at the expense of females? The Williams Institute of Law at UCLA has a Serving Our Youth LGBTQ study. Well, the N number in there for the total number of people the stats are based on is 83 trans people out of like 43 million kids. The median percent of youth homelessness by gender identity, 45% male, 40% female, 1% trans males, 2% trans women. Why is the board going round and round on trans issues when it's been settled by the DEOC policies and regular kids are even more affected than what trans are? A Wisconsin judge, Michael Maxwell, on a school district policy. This court has before it what modern society deems a controversial issue, transgenderism involving minors in schools. This case is simply whether a school district can supplant a parent's right to control the health care and medical decisions for their children. The well-established case law in that regard is clear. It cannot. The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals issued a preliminary injunction against a school district policy threatening action over refusing to respect a peer's gender identity because it won't survive legal scrutiny. A school district cannot avoid the strictures of the First Amendment simply by defining certain speeches
30 seconds.
or harassment. Get the hint. Another group is asking the First Circuit Court to overturn a lower court ruling that students don't have the right to assert the existence of the sexual binary, which is truth, while on school grounds. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Thank you. We're now on information, number 12. Budget resolution regarding fiscal year 22-23 reversion and revenue sharing formula reconciliation. Welcome, Crystal Pate, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, Dr. Robertson. This presentation is a summarization of our fiscal year end 2022-23 unaudited reversion funds and the revenue sharing formula reconciliation between the city and schools. We presented this information to the Planning and Performance Monitoring Committee yesterday afternoon. This slide shows you the breakdown of the school division's reversion funds from fiscal year 2022-23. The first line of approximately $21.5 million represents the school operating fund reversion, excluding any of the revenue variances for the fiscal year and excluding debt service. This reversion amount represents 2.3% of the school's approved fiscal year 22-23 operating budget. As you may recall from prior presentations, our practice is to have a reversion amount at the end of the fiscal year of approximately 2% of the operating budget. We believe this is a physically sound, conservative approach in executing our operating budget. It is generally accepted practice in government budgeting to not spend to zero so that we can ensure that we leave some funding available for unanticipated costs, such as increase in fuel, increase in utilities, costs associated with weather-related events that are not completely covered by insurance, etc. This second line shows unexpended debt service of almost $4 million. As you know, the city issues any related debt for the school division. This unexpended amount is a result of not having a bond sale as originally planned, and therefore the debt service to be paid was less than budgeted. The school division's total revenue for fiscal year 2022-23 from all sources came in over budget and resulted in a total variance of approximately $4.4 million. As noted in the past, our budget is built on state, federal, and local projections. This additional revenue was not appropriated by the city, therefore we were not authorized to spend the funds. We do not request appropriations for additional funding unless we are certain we are to receive it, and this revenue is simply where actual revenue exceeded the revenue projections. The $4.4 million is comprised of federal revenue coming in over budget by approximately $4.9 million, mainly due to impact aid receipts and Medicaid reimbursements. As reported during the interim financial statements presentation for the year ending June 30th, 2023, at the September 26th school board meeting, state revenue came in under budget by approximately $9 million as a result of lower than projected March 31st ADM, coupled with an increase in sales tax revenue, which has an inverse relationship with the basic aid revenue source. It's not a one-to-one relationship, but for every dollar increase in sales tax, basic aid decreases by about 60 cents, and this is based on our composite index. Sales tax revenue came in over budget by approximately $6.9 million, and other revenue came in over budget by approximately $1.7 million, mainly due to the Stop Arm program, the sale of salvage materials, sale of capital assets, sale of buses and vehicles, damaged technology, and indirect cost on grants. In addition, the athletic fund had a reversion of approximately $265,000, and Green Red Collegiate had a reversion of approximately $219,000. This combination of figures I just covered and listed here on this slide bring the total fiscal year 2022-23 unaudited reversion to $30,388,833. So in the state of Virginia, unexpended local funds in any year shall remain a part of the funds of the governing body appropriating the funds for use the next year. Virginia school divisions are not permitted to carry a fund balance. As you know, we have a revenue sharing agreement with the city. The language in the first bullet here comes directly from the city school revenue sharing policy. If at the end of the fiscal year the actual non-dedicated local tax revenues differ from the budgeted non-dedicated local tax revenues, and if such excess funds are not required for the city's general fund reserve balance reserve policy, the school board may request that such funds be reappropriated. Conversely, if the city's non-dedicated revenues underperform, the school division will share in a portion of the reduction. For fiscal year 2022-23, the city revenues underperformed the projections that were budgeted. The revenue sharing formula reconciliation between the city and schools for fiscal year 22-23 resulted in a reduction in revenue to the school division of approximately $2.6 million. This slide reflects the school division's 22-23 reversion of the $30,388,833, as well as the city's revenue sharing formula true-up reduction in revenue of $2,568,778, leaving the unaudited total funding available for reappropriation at $27,820,820.55. So recall from prior discussions that we view these funds to be used for one-time expenditures, not for ongoing expenditures such as compensation. This next slide lays out the initial proposed spending plan. It shows we propose that all but $250,000 of the $27.8 million available for reappropriation go to some aspect of the Capital Improvement Program or CIP. This equates to 99.1% of the request being dedicated to the CIP. Overall, the funding for CIP has been relatively flat for many years through the budget development cycles and has not kept pace with the cost of doing business. Priorities dictate that we recommend placing these one-time funds into the CIP to augment the budget in an effort to address facilities maintenance and reduce reliance on debt service that have not been adequately addressed in the operating budget. So to review this slide, of the $27.8 million available for reappropriation, approximately $4 million is the amount of the unexpended debt service and is considered pay-go funding to replace authorized but unissued PRFB bonds. $5 million is going to the HVAC Phase 3 renovations and replacements project. The funds will be used to ensure the local match requirement is met for the HVAC Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Grant, which is a federal pandemic grant focused on HVAC projects, as well as used to begin design and investigations on HVAC systems that are in need of replacement. $4.6 million is going to the various Phase 3 renovations and replacements project. The funds will be used to continue investigations into building envelope improvements, such as foundations, as well as improvements on fire suppression and fire alarm replacements. $3 million is going to the payroll system replacement project to keep the funding on track for this project for the next several years, so we have accumulated a significant amount of money for the replacement of that system in the future. The $11 million is the amount presented in the CIP approved budget to be allocated from reversion. The city has to put this into our school reserve special revenue fund for use in the 2024-25 CIP. Of this $11 million, we have placed $5.5 million into the Princess Anne High School replacement project, and the other $5.5 million into the Betty F. Williams Bayside 6 replacement project, again to reduce reliance on debt service for these projects. And lastly, $250,000 is going back to the athletic fund. With the original appropriation and the expenditures for security at events and state championship costs, the athletic fund budget was relatively tight at the end of the fiscal year. So we're requesting that some of the unappropriated additional revenue received during the fiscal year that we reverted back go back to the athletic fund. This last slide lays out our next steps. The reversion revenue sharing formula resolution will come back before you on October 24th for action. On November 14th, it will be presented what is approved by the school board to City Council. There will also be a public hearing on November 14th related to this request, and then City Council is scheduled to take action on November 21st. So as the board weighs in and has further discussion on the recommendations, we will update the resolution prior to it being brought back to you for action. And we would ask that any additional recommendations for consideration be presented as soon as possible so we can make any changes and finalize the resolution. That concludes the presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions the board may have.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you. So my question is as it relates to the fund for CIP Princess Anne replacements, because that's supposed to be happening pretty soon here. And I guess it's really a two-part question. So one is, when are we anticipated to have an idea of the cost of Princess Anne High School? You know, instead of an estimate, but a little bit tightened up there. And the other question is, well, if you could answer that question first, actually.
I'm gonna let Mr. Freeman answer that.
That's in work right now. We're expecting that. There's a 5-year forecast that's coming up with the school board and the city of Virginia Beach. We expect to have it by then. So November-ish timeframe is when we're expecting that.
Okay, so we're going to vote on it then before we know what the total cost is. And we're, yes.
Well, I think the idea when we put this money towards that project is that whole project's going to cost money, and we're just trying to put cash towards it versus trying to issue debt.
Right.
So it's really not going to change that. If the cost comes in different and that gets all worked out as they go through that process, the idea of just putting cash towards that so we can try to eliminate any piece of debt that we might have to incur is the idea behind that.
So if I may, and thank you, because I think you clarified and I didn't understand the question. You said when you said vote on it, I thought you were talking about the PPEA, because that's where that money comes from, that dollar value, right. The guaranteed maximum price. For reversion funds, just as a reminder, in the CIP programming, when we talk about dollar figures that go in to contribute to the year-to-year funding, we have already programmed $11 million. And that was because we knew that was going to be the plan with reversion funds. So all we're doing is executing the plan that is already in place in the CIP for how we're going to put that annual funding in. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And then, sorry, just a clarification. Voting for the reversion fund doesn't lock you into the PPA. You still can vote on it. You can, if it doesn't work the PPA, you'll just go back to traditional procurement.
Okay. And then my other question is, how much current funding do we have set aside for school replacements? Do we have that number available?
So it's in your, it's the target right now that was, in the CIP, and it runs about 62,800,000 and runs in the a little over $60 million for each year that we kind of right now have approved through the CIP program. So that goes through all the projects that we have listed. So when the CIP budget was approved for 6 years, that shows you what that target was and how right now that money was spread between those projects. So I think if you, I don't know, I think you probably have that book from when we approved the budget back last year, but you'll be able to see how that's been allocated for each year. And so, and then we'll keep just shifting each year as we get ready to do the next 6 year for the budget development cycle.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how much funding we have available for the buildings right now, and not necessarily the $62 million per year, but how much we have plans for the projects so far.
So, and all projects are just Princess Anne?
I think Princess Anne's probably closest to being fully funded, correct?
It's fully programmed. So in the CIP program that was approved, budget, it was fully funded through year 5, but it's programmed because we go each year and get it appropriated on an annual basis. So while it is, when you look at it fully programmed within the 6 year window, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Manning.
What is PRFB?
Oh, it's a public facilities revenue bond, sorry.
Bond. Okay, I thought it was bond. Wasn't sure. Okay, thank you. And then, so I see that we are recommending returning the athletic funds back to the athletic funds. I've had some complaints from some parents that we had authorized the turf fields to be put in across the district, and we had a plan, and now that plan has changed, and it's going to be a much slower pace. We've got athletes on the northern end of Virginia Beach having to travel to the southern end of Virginia Beach for practices. Can I get an estimate of where we are with the turf fields and how much money we have to fund them, and when each school is going to be getting their turf fields?
Absolutely. Good afternoon. So we have finished all turf fields this summer except for Tallwood High School, which we're currently in design on. We then have Lansdowne High School and Cox High School left to go. We prioritize the turf field in terms of drainage needs as well as in terms of athletic facility needs. We were getting some of our reversion funding from turf field years past. However, we've been having some building envelope issues with some of our school buildings. So rather than use reversion funding for the turf fields and going at the faster pace that we started to go with, now that we have enough in the system to be able to play, we have these 3 remaining schools left, and the plan is to every other year be able to implement them. So within the 6 years, we should have Cox High School done, and the other 2 as well.
So, yeah, we're spending a lot of money right now transporting all those kids across the district, and we thought this was going to be done much, much more quickly. So I would like for the board to consider this in our budgeting. It's something that we promised the community, and it's not happening as quickly as we'd anticipated. So
yeah,
just some conversations for us to have.
Absolutely, and we take the turf field out of the ground CIP project, and we get roughly, we just got $1.9 million this year, and a turf field project is roughly 1.8, a little bit more than that. So that's one of the reasons we do have to wait every other year. Ground is also used for drainage, parking lots, other improvements that we have to do to athletic fields.
And I think when we approved it was only $1 million each.
Inflation is real, so yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So next we are on the 2023 model policy. Welcome Dr. Eugene Saltner, our Chief of Staff.
Good evening, Chairman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, board members, and Dr. Robertson. Tonight, I am back with model policies. As I do so, I will focus on those very few areas where board members continue to seek clarification. Based on prior meetings, There appears to be considerable majority agreement on the bulk of plans for the implementation of model policies. As I present tonight, allow me, as you have done before, to present my slides in the entirety before I take questions. I'm sure you will find greater clarity in assimilating the whole. You received in your packet the red-line versions of regulations, an action or a slide deck to be used for action tonight that includes all sections of the model policy regs. Combined with the information I'll present this evening, the committee with whom I have worked will look for a vote on the proposed plan. In doing so, we will give our students, staff, and parents a decision and the clarity they are seeking in this area. Ms. Toniato, do we have, okay, thank you. On this slide is a chronological history of the 7 occasions this board discussed model policies. It is time for a decision. Before we get to the business of model policies, allow me to provide clarification on points of debate. What constitutes the student's official record? The language official student record appears both in model policies and by default in our proposed regulations, which are consistent with the model policies. Here's the important point. A student official record includes an electronic record and an additional cumulative paper record, which includes health plans, IEPs, transcripts, 504s, work samples, immunizations, and so on. Let me repeat for clarity, a student's official record, as we will repeatedly hear that language, contains 2 components, the electronic record and the cumulative paper record. I've highlighted the language of a student's official record in 3 examples from our policy and regulations, which will follow. In the first, highlighted, you'll see in Model Policy C, our Regulation 5-7.1.6.b, a reference to the student's legal name, which can only be changed with submission of a legal document such as a birth certificate. Read the second. Here in D5, we're looking at names and nicknames. The student's official record may not be amended unless with a legal document, such as a certificate or court order, substantiating the change in the student's legal name or sex. And finally, here's our definition of a transgender student. Here, the student's official record refers to the writing from an eligible student or parent who states in writing the student's gender identity differs from the sex. Note the parent's writing will be memorialized in the student's official record and be subject to the same retention, disclosure, and confidentiality as the official electronic record itself. In this instance, the parent's writing would be memorialized in the student's official paper record, which we refer to as the cumulative folder. When schools receive these requests in writing, the student's legal name will not be changed on any legal documents. Let's take a look at a few samples. Note in the upper section of the official record, it contains the legal name, and I'll drop an arrow there. Here, in this instance, Abraham Matthew Sunshine. That name may not be amended without, as model policies, Virginia Beach City Public Schools regulation, and state code dictate that there be a legal document reflecting such change. The second section of the electronic record, student information, contains the nickname field. See the arrow. For this screenshot, the student has a nickname related to his middle name. You'll see that is Matt. Now take note as you look at the official record within Synergy, our student information system, there is no field for pronouns, nor does it appear in our registration form. We'll discuss pronouns when we get to D3, but I wanted to draw your attention to it as we look at the student's official record. Here's another. The student's official name again, Abraham Matthew Sunshine. In this example, under the student information section, the same student has a nickname indicating a potential change in gender identity, Michelle. For that nickname to appear, the student must be an eligible student, meaning 18 or older, or the parent would have requested in writing the nickname Michelle. Point. None of the other details have been changed. That is, legal names. Only the nickname field has been updated. And this would be done through the writing of a parent, which would be memorialized in the paper record, and the nickname would appear under student information. I'm going to give you another sample of a student record in a moment, but I'm going to ask instead that we first talk about identification of students in model policy. So stay with me as we look at a few of these areas where there has been disagreement in those 7 times that model policies have been discussed. The left will show model policy. We're going to begin with names. Here, model policy requires the name on the student's official record or the commonly associated nickname the student prefers. That comes from the model policies. Look to the right. You'll see VBCPS will operationally handle student names in 3 ways. Take a moment to read that. A, only to the name that appears in the student's official record. B, a nickname that the eligible parent or a minor student has designated. Or if the student prefers C, a commonly associated nickname. Recall at our last meeting I presented the suggestion of adding commonly associated nickname, and that's why I've highlighted it here, because the committee decided after meeting with you last that this would be an appropriate addition. Commonly associated, we'll see a sample in this next. Now, as a reminder, recall model policies on the left uses the language student prefers. VBCPS proposed regulations which assign authority to the parent. You'll see that arrow a little too high. These model policies there, the arrow should have landed on the word which the parent designates, not which the student prefers. Again, assigning, the model policies state that schools should defer to parents to make the best decisions with respect to their children. At the bottom of that slide, I'll ask you to see again the definition of transgender. Any writing from the eligible student or parent of a minor student shall be memorialized in the student's official record and be subject to the same retention, disclosure, and confidentiality requirements as the official record itself. It was this policy, along with Model Policy D4, which prompted the inclusion of nickname that the eligible student or parent of a minor student has designated. Hold your thoughts on that, because you'll recall as well, nicknames and names were superseded by one of the other model policies, and we'll begin to take a look at that. But before we do, I indicated I would show you, as a further point of clarification, another student record. And this refers to commonly associated nickname. If the child's first name is Abraham, and the child wishes to go by Abe, it is the student preference and it's commonly associated. It would not require any parent to memorialize. Simple as that. Let's move from names to pronouns. And I'd like you to recall that there is no place on our registration form nor on our student information system for pronouns. Foremost, note that there is no change here since we last discussed D3. I do, however, want you to know, again, there are no pronouns in the official record. A parent would need to memorialize in that paper cumulative record in writing, we would store a request for use of pronouns. In the model policies, there on the left, pronouns appropriate to sex in the student's official record required. In VBCPS, on my right, gender identity was added to the proposal to align with policies 5-7, anti-discrimination, 531, our definition of transgender, as well as to encompass D4 of the model policies. D4, which I'll move to next, will give you clarity on D2 and 3 because it supersedes them. And I believe it'll give you peace of mind in knowing that the proposed language here on D2 and 3 is consistent with the model policies. And again, as we look for that consistency, it's in honoring the individual parent wishes for his or her child. Look left, look right, it's verbatim. Go ahead and skim one side. You have not seen what 5-7.1.B.3 before because we added this since we last met. This was added to more consistently align with the model policies. The language is verbatim. And here, as we look at this, we must refer to a name or nickname as the parent designates. I'm going to move into student participation and note there are two items from model policies to consider here. The first, where state or federal law requires, we've seen it before. Students shall use bathrooms that correspond to his or her sex except to the extent that federal law requires. Here, model policies gives a nod to our own Fourth Circuit in the case of Grimm versus Gloucester County Public Schools. The second notes parents should be given the right to opt their child out, and the child should be given access to alternative facilities. Now look at this newly created VBCPS regulation. The committee has incorporated your feedback from our last meeting. In this proposed regulation, the committee has differentiated restrooms from other facilities. Why? Because the court in Grimm versus Gloucester only addressed restrooms. That said, law does not require modification. The committee proposed single-use gender-inclusive facilities will be made available to any student, and as such, no opt-out is needed. You'll see that under A, restrooms. Now look to B, locker rooms. Here, Grimm does not apply. As such, students will use locker rooms that correspond to the student's sex. No exceptions. The verbiage herein, beginning with, should state or federal law require, has been placed in this regulation for one reason: in the event a state law or other should change after we approve such regulation. G3, overnight travel. Again, the committee responded to the discussions of our last meeting. Model policy, accommodation based on sex. No exceptions. On the right, ditto. We are duplicating model policies with the addition of one phrase, as noted in the student's official record. Travel accommodations, locker rooms, and other intimate spaces used for school-related activities and events shall be based on sex as noted in the official record. You'll look down the bottom, I put the previously proposed policy, and that is 6-56.1.F.2, and know that we don't see this often because it refers to field trips only. You'll see the previously proposed regulation included gender identity. Gender identity has been removed where locker rooms, bathing, or other intimate spaces, less restrooms, are noted in the model policies. Single-use bathrooms and facilities, we've taken care of. We have single use with signage already up in our schools. Same language from policy 5-31A. It's athletics where we'll wrap it up. You'll see here again duplication of model policy language, determined by sex rather than gender or gender identity. Know that our athletics are governed by the Virginia High School League, of which we are members, and we previously presented to you information on an appeal process, a very stringent appeal process that exists. I appreciate that you have allowed me to go through these slides without the interruption of questions and to take this in its entirety. Before I take questions, it's critically important, as Governor Youngkin himself has publicly stated, that school divisions adopt the model policies as is or choose to revise existing policies and regulations to be consistent with the model policies. Tonight, I hope you see that we have done both. I am ready for your questions.
Ms. Owens.
Thank you. My, I guess, question and concern is in section D2.
Would you identify a slide for me kindly?
I believe it would be slide 6. but I'll be able to confirm. Yeah, 6, right? Okay. Yes. The addition of the commonly associated with name. The example given with Abraham being able to go with by Abe, very straightforward. If you are an Americanized, westernized name that your staff members are familiar with common derivatives of. I am concerned how that application is going to be used for names that aren't commonly, I guess, known to those staff members, and what additional explanations are those students are going to be held to. So maybe if you can.
Yes, Ms. Owens, I have every confidence in our leadership at the school level to work with any parent that has a situation that could be confusing or which caused any grief to any student. Our leaders are very accustomed to such exceptions as you speak, and it may be as simple as a phone call to the principal, who will take care of that, or the parent may simply put it in writing. And again, that can be memorialized in the record. But I would tell you that our leadership at the school level will be able to operationalize these pieces once they are approved.
And just for clarity, that is what you're saying is actually my concern, that students who have different names that are not common to those staff members now require the extra step of parent involvement, where if your name is Abraham, you don't require that you are singling or otherizing students who don't have Americanized names or that the staff members are less familiar with. If the student's name is William and they would like to go by Mo, and the staff member says, well, that's not a common derivative of William, and the student at home is Guillermo because that family speaks Spanish, Mo may be a common derivative, but now that student is having to be treated differently than students who have westernized names or don't practice different cultures or languages in their home. And so while I obviously am going to go with whatever the board decides, because there's no power of an individual on the board, we speak as a board, I do think it is opening up that door for discrimination against students who don't have Americanized names.
I understand your point, and I would again tell you, Ms. Owens, I have every confidence in our teachers not to single out, to handle it with compassion, with dignity and respect, to learn, be open to learning about other cultures, and I am confident in that.
Ms. Anderson?
As was just pointed out, if the family maybe speaks a different language at home and the school is not responsive to that, then it goes against what we talked about earlier tonight, culturally responsive teaching in the classroom. And teachers have to be aware of that because we expect that. That's a part of their evaluation. Culturally responsive teaching means that they need to be aware of, I guess, what language goes on at home and that type of thing. So if a kid says, I go by Mo, and the teacher says, well, that's not something that I'm aware of. And then because the family at home might not even speak English very well, they might not even understand that they need to write a note to school. I think we're getting in a little, because we're only requiring the parent to write a note in for that, it might not happen in some cases, and I think the culturally responsive teaching part of it gets lost. Because we want to be equitable, we want to be fair to all these students, and we don't want to put teachers in a bind for this. So I have confidence that most teachers will be able to handle this as well. But I do think we need to be looking out for these students who may fall into this category where they go by a nickname at home and the teacher may not recognize that as a proper nickname at school.
Ms. Anderson, you know we have many resources in the building, whether it's our ESL teachers, whether it's our community and schools liaisons, whether it's one close relationship that child has. We will take care of those children. I don't have any doubt that we cannot. I think as we look at each of these model policies and areas, we can find an exception or a dozen exceptions for every one, and I can stand before you this evening and answer to each and tell you, operationally, we got this. Operationally, the leadership in our schools knows how to address it. Yes, you might get an email from somebody who screwed it up once, but they're the exception, and we're on it. I have every confidence in the leadership in this division to implement these model policies. We need the green light to start operationalizing them.
Does anyone else have a question before Ms. Owens goes again? Okay. Okay, not yet. All right, Ms. Owens.
I apologize that I forgot about this one. We have the examples in our packet about the student records, and there was a statement about gender not being asked on our registration forms, and so I'm confused. I'm looking at the 2023-2024 registration emergency data form for our district, and it looks like the first question on here is student's full legal name. Next line, grade, male, female, non-binary. So when the parent fills this out, it does ask for the gender. Where is that being captured on this screen when they put it in writing here?
So first, Ms. Owens, you may have misquoted me. What I said was pronouns are not included on this.
Okay.
And yes, you will see gender on this form. If we have a green light to operationalize the model policies, that's where we'll go. That box that says gender will switch to sex because we have defined that as biological sex. So to operationalize the model policies, that will be part of the process that you must entrust us to complete.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, parent fills this out this school year. They check non-binary. It's going where on this form?
If you are looking at that form,
Correct.
under gender, it will say male, drop down, female, drop down, non-binary. When we operationalize this, that form will change. It will go to sex because we have defined it as biological sex.
So the parents who filled it out this school year, their request for their child is being thrown out? They have to redo it? How's that?
No, they will not have to redo it. Going forward, that field will be changed in all records. Again, Ms. Owens, it's operationalizing, and I am not the data tech who will do this, but there is a broad staff that supports Dr. Robertson and senior leadership to make these changes. And we haven't drilled down to these things because we need the green light to move forward. So we are prepared to operationalize this, and we'll put together a vast committee of folks to ensure that it is done accurately. But it is a shift, and that shift will require change.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, because I don't understand where you're documenting the student being non-binary on here. But if you're saying you guys are going to create that at some other point down the road, after.
I will not. The new form will not include non-binary. We are defining it as male or female biological sex.
So parents will no longer have the right to tell us that their child is non-binary if we vote on this? That's what we're saying?
That is not correct. If you'll recall, they may place in writing and have that memorialized in the record.
Then why would we remove it from the registration if this would put it in writing when they're filling it out?
Because again, we have defined as sex as male or female. If a parent wishes to have something different, as we went through in the policies I reviewed, then they'll have the opportunity to put that request in writing, just as pronouns could be requested. They are not part of that form. And non-binary will no longer be part of that form.
Okay, so then just for the record, if parents are going to have the need to request in writing for non-binary or other options, I would be very against removing it from the form that they're filling out so that they don't have that option without writing a separate letter. So I will leave it.
Understood, and thank you.
Okay, not to belabor.
Ms. Franklin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She looked at me, so I apologize. It was just a look, I know.
No.
So anyway, I just want to clarify, if it's currently non-binary in the gender field right now, and they don't have to take an extra step, you, once it's operationalized, will have a place where it will be memorialized still on the record, correct? That it will be annotated that is their preference. I just want to make sure that that is clear.
Ms. Franklin, I don't have that answer. I need the green light to operationalize this. Mr. Jameson, who oversees our student records, will ensure that whatever we do will work out with this form and with our policies.
So that will be upcoming.
Yes, we need the opportunity to operationalize this. This is what we do with the majority of regulations that we create once the board passes policy.
Okay.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Callen?
Gene, Dr. Saltner, excuse me. Let me articulate what I believe I'm understanding in light of all of the ground that we've covered for all these many weeks and months. As you know, I started in January with a score on my familiarity with school board related issues of 0. It's been a straight uphill climb ever since, and I'm still in class. But here's what I've learned so far, and here's what I believe is applicable to what we're discussing. If correct, what I understand to be true at the moment is the northern policies that were created in 2021 are still in effect and operational as it relates to the VBCPS system.
The policy and regulation that we had that were created with Northam are still in effect.
We then move forward a few years, and Governor Youngkin introduces his 2023 policies, and they become effective in July of this year. And we've been struggling mightily with trying to find the right words and the right formats in order to move forward. But until we do that, the northern policies are still in effect.
You get an A.
Okay. Continuing on. The governance that surrounds the school board, which is new to me until January, and again, as my disclaimer revealed, the school board has a committee, the Policy Review Committee, and it is within that committee that the policies that surround what we as a school board want to see happen, they get implemented through the policies that are established, brought to the board votes on it, and it's either going forward or it's rejected.
Correct.
Those then become the guidelines that surround the way in which we are going to operate the system. And now, as a subcategory to that, policies define what we're going to do, and then there are regulations that define how we're going to do.
How we operationalize
the policy state. The policies to be changed have to go back to the Policy Review Committee, and round that can go and bring it to the board, and as we've witnessed, round and round that can go. What could be used to possibly expedite the change process is to alter regulations that are used to define the policies that they're attached to. It seems as though what's been done in order to offer an opportunity for expediting the process, regulations have been altered, amended, revised, so that we go back to what Governor Youngkin said is, here's how you can proceed from our point of view as the governor in a manner that's acceptable and in alignment with our beliefs. You can either take our policies verbatim, or we do give you the flexibility of amending and altering them so long as there is consistency with the spirit that surrounds the model policies.
100% correct.
Okay. So, as I look through what's been done to be changed, we have made changes to the student records. We've made changes to the nickname issue. We have made changes to the restrooms and the locker rooms. And in every one of these scenarios thus far, parental involvement and notification is required in order for certain things to happen.
That is correct.
We get to overnight travel, and that too has been changed. We get to single-user bathrooms, and again, we've already addressed that. We get to athletics, and it seems as though the one issue that most everyone is in agreement, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum. Most everyone is in agreement that boys should not be on a playing field against girls because of the potential for injuries and mayhem. We've addressed that, but there's this little caveat at the end. And the caveat at the end makes reference to Virginia High School Rule 28A-8-1, which seems to insinuate that boys will not be able to play on girls' fields, but it's going to involve the VHSL. And when you get beneath the surface, it gives you an explanation of how that could play out. And I understand that it then further leads to approximately 8 different hills and hurdles you have to clear in order to get there.
Very stringent guidelines, yes.
So if there is the proverbial weak link in the chain, it seems to rest with the issue of athletics as I'm processing this, and I'm seeking your either thumbs up or thumbs down approval. It seems as though that's the only weak link in the chain, and one that we would have to say maybe the likelihood of clearing all of those hurdles is pretty remote. But as Dumb and Dumber made us aware of years ago, you got 1,000,001 chance. Well, so you're saying I got a chance then?
Mr. Kellen, if I can, I'm not sure you're interpreting that correctly. When you look at the regulation that we're talking about, it says it has to be by the sex as designated in the student's records rather than gender or gender identity. So it's sex in the records. Reasonable modifications will be made to the extent required by law. So you have to have a court case on there, and I will tell you the Fourth Circuit has ruled against the West Virginia case specifically on transgender issues in sports. So there is the case law right now in the Fourth Circuit does not support saying that you can just discriminate by sex alone. So what we're saying is reasonable modification will be made to the extent required by law, which is sex, but if you are required by law to do it, and then we take the extra step and say, if you have that reasonable modification, and we still want you to go through the VHSL process. So it can't just be a court said that your parent says it's okay that you're transgender. We're saying you need to take the next step and go through the VHSL regulation rule 28A1. It has those steps into it. So we're actually putting an additional step on it. Now, again, there's a possibility that this rule will change because we're hearing the VHSL may be looking at changing there, but we're actually adding an extra layer over what we think the law requires.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Soltner, is my understanding is in line with principles surrounding the process.
You are spot on, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
Glad I wrote it down.
I thought maybe it was an accident. I'm prepared to sit.
How long do you anticipate, if these pass, that it'll take to operationalize them?
I suspect that given more than likely, given the next in-service day that we have, Dr. Robertson, November 6th, we would like to begin training with our principals. So it's going to require some extensive operationalizing. Dr. Robertson is ready to mobilize all teams. He's got them already set up, ready to roll. And they're going to get into committee meetings to talk about how this is going to be done. Ideally, he will have training rolled out for principals during the in-service weeks so that they may also in-service their staff. Dr. Robertson, is there anything I've neglected?
Yeah, the goal is November the 8th, beginning of the second quarter.
Thank you.
Mr. Culpepper.
I have a question. So this is for you, Ms. Linetti. Is sex the same thing as sex as designated in the student's record?
That's our definition of sex, is what we put into 531 is biological sex, which is
Well,
in
we
the
said,
record.
we said sex means biological sex. But then in D5, we essentially say that you can't legally change your name or sex unless you have gone through a legal process to do so. But now your legal sex has changed. If you, for example, get a driver's license that says you're the opposite sex now, right?
It's documents that we stated in the record.
Okay, so I think then sex and sex is stated in your record are not the same thing. Sex always means biological sex, and sex is stated in your record can change.
If I'm correct, your sex will stay the same unless you get a new birth certificate or a document the court does,
Okay.
and that have to do. Or if you're just going to identify yourself, you're going to have gender identity. You're a transgender student. That's a separate document we attach in the record here. And again, I know you're concerned about, but my concern, if you look at the model policy language, it does say the school division shall provide reasonable modifications policy only to extent required by law. So that is the governors recognizing it too, that there may be a law doing it. And I will tell you that the Fourth Circuit has ruled against a West Virginia case for a transgender student. So the law right now in Virginia is probably going to follow what West Virginia law is. So we do have to recognize if there's a law in there. Otherwise, you're going to follow the sex that's designated in the record.
Okay, but the model policy does say sex. It does not say sex is designated in the record. So in the model policy, it is biological sex they refer to, correct?
That's our definition of sex, yes.
Well, I'm
Otherwise, you're
just asking if-
transgender, and that's a different record that we've attached to your record.
Right, okay. So they are two different things, bottom line, right?
Correct. If you're coming in anything in the biological sex, we're going to have to attach a record to it, an alert, and you will be identified as a transgender student.
Okay. Sorry, I just need kind of a yes or no to this. Are sex and sex as stated in the record the same thing or not?
I believe they are by your definition, yes.
Not by my definition, the way we've already defined it. You just actually said a moment ago they're different because you can change your sex as stated in your record, can you not? Right, with the court order.
Depends on whether you're coming with a court order or if you're coming in with another document that we'll
All
have
right,
to
so
look
they're
at.
not the same thing. Biological sex doesn't change, right?
I believe the explanation given to you by Dr. Saltner is it remains biological sex, and they're coming in as record, your birth certificate. If you bring some other document to us, we're probably going to attach it to the record.
Okay, one way or another, you've actually answered my question. I appreciate it.
Ms. Anderson?
I just want to say one thing. I've been back and forth on this all evening long. And I can live with most of these regulations, but I'm really still hung up on what we call students, what their nickname could be, what their name could be. I'm really hung up on that. It bothers me quite a bit that we won't call a student by their preferred name unless their parent writes it, on a piece of paper. And I get it that we have constituents out there that say, oh, well, it's parents' rights, and that's what we've heard. I understand that, but I also believe in my heart that it doesn't matter what I call a student. If he wants me to call him Mojo and the parent says, no, you cannot, if I call him Mojo, he's still going to learn in my class. And that's what bothers me the most, is that we can't even call them their preferred name. And that's the only hang up I have on all of these. I'm okay with, determining the sex of what bathroom you go to, okay? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with locker rooms. I'm okay with all of that. But the nickname thing really bothers me, because I do believe that no matter what, students will learn, even if I call him Charlie too, so.
I don't think anybody in this room tonight would dispute that. What we have are model policies, and we need to be consistent with those policies. And we also are addressing parent rights. And in this instance, the parent right to choose the name that that child will use.
Then we need to change our motto and take students first off of our list as the first thing you see when you go to our website. That's just my opinion.
Understood.
Okay. I don't see anybody's hand up, so we're going to move on. We don't have any more public comments, and so we're now on 14 consent agenda. School board, the items that are presented tonight are A, the resolutions, America's Safe Schools Week. Ms. Martin will read that when we come back to that in a minute. B, Policy Review Committee, PRC recommendations. 1, Policy 3-71, Public-Private Education Facilities and Infrastructure Act projects. 2, Policy 4-43, slash payment to estate of deceased employees. And C, religious exemptions. Are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent agenda items as presented? If so, please identify any item that should be moved to the action agenda. Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to ask for Ms. Martin to read the resolution, America's Safe Schools Week.
Whereas schools make substantial contributions to the future of America and to the development of our nation's young people as knowledgeable, responsible, and productive citizens, and whereas excellence in education is dependent on safe, secure, and peaceful school settings, and whereas the safety and well-being of many students, teachers, and school staff should not be jeopardized by crime and violence in our schools, and whereas it is the responsibility of all citizens to enhance the learning experiences of young people by helping to ensure fair and effective discipline, promote good citizenship, and generally make schools safe and secure, and whereas all leaders, especially those in education, law enforcement, government, and business, should collaborate with each other to focus public attention on school safety and identify, develop, and promote innovative answers to these critical issues, and whereas numerous schools and school districts throughout the country, along with national programs, are among those innovative answers, and whereas the observance of America's Safe Schools Week will substantially promote efforts to provide all our nation's schools with positive and safe learning climates, now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the week of October 15 to 21, 2023 as America's Safe Schools Week, and be it further resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach recognize Wednesday, October 18, 2023 as School Resource Officer, Security Officer, School Security Officer, and Security Assistant Recognition Day, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
Thank you. Now I call for a motion to approve all of the items on the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mrs. Melnick and seconded by Mrs. Anderson. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
We're now on action 15, personnel report, administrative appointments. I call for a motion to approve the October 10th, 2023 personnel report and administrative appointments. Do I have a motion? Ms. Manning, and do I have a second? Ms. Martin. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I call for a vote to approve the September 26, 2023 personnel report and administrative appointments. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Dr. Robertson, are there any administrative appointments?
There are, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm pleased tonight that you've accepted our recommendation for Ebony Cherry, currently an administrative assistant at Kempsville High School, to be the next assistant principal at Independence Middle School. I'm also pleased that you've approved our recommendation for Sharita Pridgeon, currently an administrative assistant at Bayside Middle School, to be the next assistant principal at Corporate Landing Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. B, local plan for the education of the gifted. A call for a motion to approve the proposed amendments to the local plan for the education of the gifted. Miss?
Okay, so moving in.
So moved. Okay, do I have a second?
I like it.
Moved by. Okay, do I have a second? Ms. Martin. Was that moved by Ms. Melnick and seconded by Mrs. Martin? Okay. Is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Weems.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to make a substitute motion regarding this local plan for the education of the gifted, that tonight the school board approve those amendments to the local plan for the education of the gifted related to gifted identification as set forth in the attached document that I handed out earlier. Number two, that at a date no later than February 27th, 2024, the school board make amendments to the local plan for the education of the gifted related to applicants to and recommendations for offering enrollment at Old Donation School. Whether amendments are made by February 27th, 2024, the number of students offered enrollment at Old Donation School for the 24-25 school year will not exceed the available seats at Old Donation School.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion made, a substitute motion made regarding the proposed amendment to the local plan for the education of the gifted that Mrs. Williams just read, and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Manning.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Weems. I support this motion. As it was presented to us, I wasn't going to be able to support it, and I know we need to get some things in the works. And one of the biggest concerns that I have is that our Gifted Advisory Committee has not approved the plan that was presented to us in our packet. And I really want our Gifted Advisory Committee to be on board with what's presented to us. We have these advisory committees for a very important reason, and so for that reason, I will support this. Ms. Weems, thank you.
Ms. Franklin.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments, Ms. Manning. I just wanted to mention that being the liaison to the committee, I do anticipate that we will have recommendations from them very shortly. As you can imagine, this is a big discussion for them as well, and so I'm trying not to rush them to give us that amendment, but I appreciate the opportunity to at least allow our gifted committee or gifted advisors to move forward. Thanks.
Ms. Brown.
Thank you for bringing this. I will support this amendment. I had a couple of concerns, so I'm hoping those can be ironed out, and I will support this. Thank you.
Ms. Owens.
I also am in support of this amendment with the caveat or addition that I'm hoping as a board we'll be able to focus on kind of working through this in January with designated time for a short January retreat, so that we'll work on it then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, Ms. Owens, that was the whole intention. That I knew that we had some concerns about part of it, and we do have time that's not as time sensitive, so we will have time for the Gifted Advisory Board and us to have plenty of input and be educated by our administrators as well. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second, and we've discussed it. All in favor of that motion, that amendment, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes, so Vice Chair Weems' substitute motion did pass.
Thank you. C, recommended appointments for vacancies in Citizens Advisory Committee, the Special Education Advisory Committee. I call for a motion to approve the appointments to Citizens Advisory Committees, Special Education Advisory Committees due to current vacancies for a 3-year term beginning October the 11th, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2026. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Manning moved second. Mrs. Melnick. Is there any discussion? Ms. Manning.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we met again yesterday, the SEAC did, and I'm just so impressed with the membership on this committee. They are so engaged and so organized. The leadership, Ms. Ashburn and Ms. Ali, do a fantastic job. One of the replacements that we are voting on tonight is a teacher representative, and she was there with us on Monday and was fantastic. So I'm just so thankful for this committee and their service to provide us firsthand input with their experiences with their own children. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, so all that are in favor, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, next is the model policy. Colleagues, I propose that Dr. Saltner present, well, he did, the most recent versions of the school administration's proposal for adopting policies, regulation and procedures that are consistent with VDOE's 2023 model policies on ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents of Virginia Public Schools. We've all had our questions. I don't think we have any more. I think he answered every one of them to the extent. So we need a motion, okay? Okay. So I call for a motion. Mrs. Weems. And second by Mrs. Brown.
Okay, yeah, I move that we adopt the model policy as presented by Dr. Saltner.
Okay. And it was seconded by Mrs. Brown, okay? Any more discussion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hands. Sorry. Mr. Culpepper and then Miss Owens.
Okay. I'm going to pass that down.
And then Miss Manning. Oh, okay.
Mr. Callen beat me to the punch here a little bit. Hey, Regina.
It's a regulation.
It's a regulation we're about to vote on. No, I'm sorry, I just typed it up a minute ago. I was just going to say it, but it was better to write it. I'm sorry, it's not dramatic, and this shouldn't be a surprise. This is the same issue I talked about at the last meeting. It's the same issue that Mike just talked about. A lot of great work setting this up, and you know, it's very good. There are several issues here that I could nitpick. This is the only one I intend to talk about here tonight, so have no intention of offering a dozen amendments or dragging this out. But I do think the points that Mr. Callen made a minute ago are relevant, and I think the clarification I tried to get from Ms. Linetti as to what the difference between sex and sex stated in your record is makes this useful and important. So I move to amend the item 15D as follows: to replace paragraph 549.1B6 with the following language: participation in athletic activities separated by sex. For athletic activities that are separated by sex, the appropriate participation of students shall be determined by sex rather than gender or gender identity. Reasonable modifications will be made only to the extent required by law. Students granted such reasonable modifications must also comply with the VHSL rule 28A-8-1, transgender policy as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to move to amend item 15D to replace paragraph 5-49.1B.6 with the language he just read, and we have a second. Now we need discussion. Mrs.
I have a
on
point
that.
of clarification.
Okay, so Ms. Anderson.
So, may I direct my comment to Mr. Culpepper?
Yes, please.
Could you explain to me the difference between this language that you're proposing and the language that we've already heard earlier this evening?
Well, there are only
What
two,
is the main difference?
There are only two. There are two differences. One is the word sex rather than sex is defined in your record. Sex is clearly defined. It means biological sex. And that's, I think, what we intend. And it is also what is in the model policy. The only other thing that's changed is instead of the first sentence saying VHSL, it just says participation in athletic activities. This whole section refers to both middle school athletics and high school athletics. That's paragraph 1 in this section. And I think this paragraph should apply to both as well, not exclusively to high school league. And then, of course, the other parts remain in there, which is modifications will be made as required by law, and that the VHSL rules will still be followed.
Ms. Melnick?
So, Mrs. Linetti, the way it was written by the division, I thought it meant that the difference would be if a student went to court and petitioned the court and his or her sex was legally changed, that becomes the law. That's the law. That it takes, as we discussed in Grimm, that all the things that happen in court, if that goes through, then that comes back and that's the student's record.
The problem is you adopted a policy 531 several meetings ago. You defined sex as sex for the purpose of identifying an individual means biological sex. Your next definition is transgender student means a BBCPS student whose parent has stated in writing that the student's gender identity differs from the student's sex, or an eligible student who states in writing that his or her gender identity differs from his sex. Any writing from the eligible student or parent of a minor student shall be memorialized in the student's official record and be subject to the same retention, disclosure, and confidentiality requirements for the official record itself. What I'm understanding from the administration is, unless you bring in some document that officially changes your sex, if you're just stating that it's a gender identity, it will be listed as an attachment for gender identity. If you actually have a document that changes it, there's a possibility, and it would depend on the document you brought in. I know you're talking about somebody just suddenly changes, but there are situations where students are like intersex students who are, something happens to them and they have to decide, and then a court order may change it. So it's not always the situation you're thinking of. So I would have to look at the document that you're bringing in. But you created these definitions. So I think anything else that's not a document changing the sex, just saying I view myself as a gender identity, we're going to attach it to that. I would have to have some type of document that's actually changing your sex on it to officially change your sex.
Okay, well, I'm going to go back to my original statement, which was we adopted the policies. We already did that work. And for the record, we direct the superintendent to develop the regulations. We don't really have, I mean, we're voting on this, but we don't, in any other case, ever vote on regulations.
In this case, when you wrote these regulations, it's going to read the school board revised regulation, which you actually have the authority to do.
Okay. But I just want to we don't usually vote on regulations, but I guess the surprise amendments at the last minute when, we've had so much discussion is, yeah.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak on this Substitute motion.
It's an amendment.
Amendment. Ms. Franklin?
I just want to make a quick comment. As much as we have gone through this, I personally, this is something that shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. I feel very strongly about biological boys in female sports. I know that this is coming at the last moment, but if I have my druthers, I would probably say I would prefer to ensure that we don't have a loophole to somehow allow a biological boy in a female sports. I mean, we fought so hard. We fought so hard for female sports to get where they are today, and so I just, for this particular thing, I would support that.
Okay, Ms. Owens, you want to speak on that? Okay.
Yep, thank you. Only because it was pointed out about creating a loophole. I just want to point out that we have not had an issue in our district with biological males on teams. And so to change this to fix a problem that we haven't had, where it's still pretty clear, but just to box out intersex children who may, at whatever point, have a change, a legal change on a court document, but to make sure that we're still boxing them out. I mean, you have to vote your conscience, and if that's what your conscience is, I hear you, but I definitely can't get behind that.
Dr. Robertson.
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My only concern is that the board doesn't vote on regulations, and this is a regulation change. And I worry that we're establishing a precedence here where now regulations come before the board for approval, which could grind the wheels of progress down to no progress at all. What I think I understand, Mr. Culpepper, is that you're concerned that we haven't covered middle schools. High schools are covered. You're concerned here with the language change. You're making it clear that with all of our sports, which include middle schools, that participation should be based on sex. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Dr. Robertson, I may point out the middle schools operate under the Virginia Middle School League, which falls under Virginia High School League.
Yeah, but as I pointed out, this section of regulation that this paragraph is in is about middle school and high school sports.
Again, all middle school sports are governed by the same rules as the Virginia High School League. They fall under that.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Martin.
If I could direct my question to Ms. Linetti, does this wording in Mr. Culpepper's amendment, would that affect girls on boys teams? Because we do have that in other parts of the state. It could happen here.
It may be a problem for us because there are VHSL rules that allow girls to play on boys' team. We went through that with you last time, so we're going to have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Manny.
So this specifically says for athletic activities that are separated by sex. So for example, in Virginia Beach, we have wrestling. We only have wrestling. We don't have boys wrestling and girls wrestling. So in wrestling, girls can compete on the boys' team. This is talking about those that are separated by sex. So that it could still apply. A girl would still be able to wrestle on the boys' team.
And that's probably, most of them, there is an exception for girls if they don't have an equivalent sport. There is a weird provision in the VHSL rules that VHSL could determine that boys may not have an adequate opportunity to play in a certain sport. Field hockey is one of those areas we generally don't do that, but they could say a decision, in which case we would just have to fall back on our rules on this one. Probably, for those sports where VHSL has determined that it's not strictly a boys' sport, and the girls are allowed to play on it, then they're probably not going to be held back by the VHSL rules.
Okay, I have another quick question. So in those 17 countries that don't require sex on a birth certificate, we have an international student come in. What team are they permitted to play on based on this amendment?
The team of their biological sex.
They don't have a biological sex identified on their official documents.
You've stumped me.
The 17 countries allow for this.
Yeah, I'm stumped. I think
Yeah.
that we could operationally figure that one out.
Okay. Anything in here that would...
They would bring us another document. We would look at other documents. And depending on how it came in, so we'd have to find another document. It could be their passport, something else. I don't know what they would be bringing to us. Just depends on what
Well,
they
those
have.
same 17 countries do not require sex on the passport either. So we need to think about that. We are an international community. Thank you.
Mr. Callan.
Dr. Soldner,
Yes, sir.
as I shared earlier and as Mr. Culpepper has followed some of my comments, my question is this. What does it do to the process if we seek to internalize and apply the amendment provided by Mr. Culpepper?
If I may be blunt, it kicks the can down the road. And we will continue with this process that we've gone through for 7 meetings. We'll continue to hear the speakers. We'll continue to have debate. And I believe it's time to make a decision to vote for or against these policies as they exist.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, I didn't see her. I thought we were finished. Ms.
Okay,
Brown.
so we are going to vote tonight on these model policies. That's happening with or without this amendment. Our board majority spoke pretty loud and clear over and over and over again that we were going to look at the regulations. There was a resolution passed by the board majority that said that we were going to look at the regulations. I understand the precedence concerns, but that's where we are. So I do feel much more comfortable with this minor change. And the reason is that somebody could submit a birth certificate or a driver's license, which requires a medical provider to certify a treatment regimen. You know, it was just at DMV and I got the form for that to look at it just last week. And that person, by the current recommendation, their sex would be changed in the student's official record if they turn that in. And I am concerned about that loophole. We must protect girls' sports, so I support this. Thank you.
Okay, we good? All right, so let's, all that are in favor of this amendment that Mr. Culpepper just handed out, and we just discussed, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes.
All that are against, please raise your hand.
And we have 2 nays. Do we have an abstention?
Do we have an abstention?
Okay. Mr. Callan, how did you vote? Yes? Okay. So, Madam Chair, correction, we have 9 ayes and 2 nays. Mr. Culpepper's amended paragraph did pass.
Okay, so now we are back at the model policies. We've had a motion and a second. We've discussed it. Do we have any more? Y'all still want to speak? Okay, so Miss Manning?
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Saltner and thank him. This is the first big task that you were given coming back out of retirement. I'm sorry. I'm thankful that you're still here. you know, I'm sorry that we couldn't get this passed in August when we proposed it and that it has drug on for 2 more months. But I really appreciate you so much. I know that you care so much about all of our students in the division, and so thankful for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. It's a pleasure to do the work.
Ms. Owens.
Thank you. I know it's not going to come as a surprise to anybody on the board that I will not be voting for the model policy regulations as presented, with my biggest sticking point being the issue of not being able to address students in the manner that they would like to be addressed, particularly their name. And certainly we all have to vote our conscience, and I appreciate in the past, Ms. Hughes was one of our speakers today, that we could certainly disagree on how things should be handled. And in the past, when Northam policies came through and we made a lot of amendments to those, we certainly had board members who, despite whatever the law was, and we must follow the law, who voted their conscience and said, I can't get behind what was put out there for one little piece or one reason or another. And so I appreciate that precedent that they set as I was a brand new board member at that point. And so certainly I can't vote for these and maintain my reputation as a child welfare professional in this state. I can't do it. But I appreciate that we are a board that is governed by majority. And so for those who have come to speak over and over and over 20, 25 times, students and parents and teachers and counselors, you have been heard. Progress is not linear, and I'm sure that this will go on. I appreciate you all.
Ms. Brown.
Okay. I want to thank administration. You guys have been at a very, very big task, so I appreciate all of your work on this. I appreciate you all being flexible with a wide variance of opinions on different sections of these. So I'm really happy that this has gotten to a point. I do believe, and I want to reiterate this for the public, I do believe the vast majority of parents are doing the best they can every single day. And I believe that these policies will support parents, and I will vote for them. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick.
So I too would like to thank everyone who's been a part of this for this long period of time. It has been painful. It has been long. It has been unfair. I want to specifically thank tonight Red's father and Orion's father, and especially Orion's dad, that brought me to tears. Thanks for loving your kids, as all parents do. Most all parents do. But I also want to remind the public that we do not sit here as individuals. We sit here as representatives for our district. And my district has spoken to me, and I have listened, and I will vote for the people for whom I represent. This was incredibly difficult, and I know our teachers are going to do the very best with what they have, and they are going to continue to love and protect all of their students. And with that, I yield to Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate everyone's patience as we get our final comments. I want to acknowledge the students who are here tonight. These are extremely difficult decisions. I want to acknowledge the administration who has really found this spot between school operations, constitutional rights, school safety, and parental input. It was a hard spot to land in. And as much as I didn't support Mr. Culpepper's amendment, I think there's space in the rest of these regulations to get to where we need to be to move forward. There are larger issues at play. Competing and conflicting precedents set by various circuit courts, various courts of appeals, that this legislative body can't decide today. And so this decision will sit with me for a long time. I see you and I hear you, but I also hear our administrators. I also hear the parents in my district, the students in my district, and I think we have a path forward that will work until decisions are made in the Fourth Circuit and even at the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make it clear that what we're about to vote on is the motion that Mrs. Weems made to approve the existing policies and regulation updates and determine how the school board intends to proceed with complying with the Virginia Department of Education's 2023 model policies on ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia public schools, with the amendment that Mr. Culpepper made that passed for 15D to replace the paragraph 5-49.1B.6 with the following language, and that was the participation in the athletic activities. And I'm not going to read it again because it was read very clearly several times.
Yeah, so can I just clarify? Because what you just read was not the motion that Ms. Weems made. Her motion was to approve the regulations that Dr. Saltner had presented to us.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, you just read something different.
No, that's what I said. With Mr. Culpepper's amendment.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it was called. Okay. Okay. So, all right, that's the motion that is on the floor. Okay? We've had our discussion. It's time to vote. All that are in favor of that motion, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes.
All that are against that motion, please raise your hand.
And we have 1 nay.
All abstentions, please raise your hand.
And we have 1 abstention.
And I'd like to clarify my abstention.
Okay.
As I stated earlier, I'm in favor of most of the policy, or most of the regulations that were put before us, but I am definitely not in favor of not being able to call a student by a name they prefer. And that's the one hang-up I have on it. I can't, in my own conscience, vote in favor of it, and I really can't in conscience vote against it because I've got that little hang-up, but, so I'm abstaining.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, the final vote is 9 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. So it did pass.
Okay, thank you. So we're now to committee or.
Ms. Riggs,
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Dr.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask for just a little liberty here. As the acting superintendent, I think it's important I make a statement.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to take a moment to thank every student who has taken the time to speak on this issue at school board meetings for the last year. Your comments were well written, articulated in a respectful manner, and clearly shared your concerns. I recognize that for some of you, this is not the outcome you had hoped for. I'd also like to thank my team, particularly the committee comprised of Gene Saltner, Matt Delaney, Bobby Jamison, and Cami Linetti, assigned to revising existing policies and regulations that are consistent with the model policies. To Cami Linetti, school board attorney, for her legal guidance. And most importantly, to all school board members who have conscientiously been deliberating over the past 2 months on how best to implement the model policies in a manner that is consistent with the model policies released by the governor. With tonight's vote of approval, we have a plan to proceed. Next steps will include publishing revised policies and regulations, finalizing training for administrators and staff, creating communication plans for students and families, and preparing to initiate these changes at the beginning of the second quarter of the school year on November the 8th. As we have heard over the past year, some students and parents have expressed great concerns about what these changes could mean for them. So I'd like to ease their fears by first reading from the 2023 Model Policies document itself. And the document I'm referring to is the document released by Governor Youngkin. I'll begin with the purpose statement where it reads, "Every day through the Commonwealth of Virginia, educators and school leaders work to ensure that all students have an opportunity to receive a high-quality education. As a part of that work, educators strive to meet the individual needs of all students entrusted to their care, and teachers work to create educational environments where all students thrive. The Virginia Department of Education recognizes that each child is a unique individual with distinctive abilities and characteristics that should be valued and respected. All students have the right to attend school in an environment free from discrimination, harassment, or bullying. The Department of Education supports efforts to protect and encourage respect for all students. Thus, we have a collective responsibility to address topics such as the treatment of transgender students with necessary compassion and respect for all students. The Department of Education also fully acknowledges the rights of parents to exercise their fundamental rights protected by the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their child." Next, I'll move to the guiding principles within this document, which include schools shall respect all students. It notes all children in Virginia have a right to learn, free from unlawful discrimination and harassment. It notes parents have the right to make decisions with respect to their children. It goes on to say policies shall be drafted to safeguard parents' rights with respect to their child. It notes schools shall serve the needs of all students. The Department of Education is committed to working with school divisions to ensure a positive, safe, and nurturing learning environment for all students. Each student's individual needs should be taken into consideration by his or her school, and divisions should develop policies that encourage schools to account for these individual needs with due sensitivity to the needs of other students and the practical requirements of the teaching and learning environment. Schools should attempt to accommodate students with distinctive needs, including transgender students. And then finally, it notes schools shall partner with parents. Secondly, to any student with concerns about this decision, I ask you not to assume or underestimate the love your parents or guardians have for you. Parents work very hard to create the conditions where your lives will be easier and better than theirs, where your opportunities to accomplish your dreams are cleared of as many hurdles as possible, as they have lived experiences that you have not yet experienced, and to give them a chance to be involved in your life. To all students and staff in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, we will continue to create the conditions in all of our schools that are welcoming and provide an optimal environment for teaching and learning. This means all students and staff will be treated with respect, regardless of their individuality. Make no mistake, we will not tolerate bullying, harassment, or discrimination of any student based on their unique circumstances. We will enforce and uphold behavior expectations as noticed in the Code of Student Conduct and the Discipline Guidelines. So thank you again, and I look forward to moving forward. And my eyes are watering.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Okay, so we're going to go to 16, Committee Organization on Board Reports. Any school board members have anything to report? As a reminder, this is the time for short reports, and school board members may file full reports with the clerk to be distributed to other school board members. Ms. Melnick?
The audit committee is meeting next Thursday, October 18th. I will be I'm in the chair, but I will be participating via Zoom, as I have business at Longwood University. And, in my place, Ms. Owens will run the meeting for me, but I will be participating from Farmville.
Ms. Owens?
Just a quick update that there will not be a PRC meeting this Thursday, the 12th, which is our usual meeting time. We met this month already on the 9th because of some conflicts of schedules, so I just wanted to make sure the public was aware of that.
Ms. Riggs, for governance, you may want to point that you moved the governance meeting to November 13th because of a conflict, so that'll be changed for next month.
Yeah, instead of the governance meeting being the first Wednesday, it will be moved to the 13th. And that will be posted in the timely manner that we need it posted, so. Okay? Anything else? All right, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.